Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing tonight? Not sure how many people are still in here. I apologize for the wait. Welcome, Paininator. I love that name and I love your picture. And Miss Annette Graff, how you doing? I hope you're I hope and pray you guys are gonna stay with me. I am updating the title to this. Um, well, we'll just add part 2 to it. And I agree, he is right where he needs to be. So, those of you that are in the chat right now, I apologize. You mean to save. Sorry, y'all. I'm updating the info to make sure it's appropriate for the live that we're currently doing. Those of you that are here right now, oh, great. Great. My dog wants to contribute. Bless me, Jesus. Please, I pray. I'm probably going to have to take a moment to get up where she just went number 2. Sit down. Please sit down. Please sit down or you're going to go in the box while mommy's on the live stream. Lay down. All right. I'm going to beep you. You want me to beep? Working on training. Sit. Get up here and sit down. Sit. Good girl. Stay. All right. Those of you in the chat, here's what I wanted to ask, if my dog's going to allow me. I have 3 topics listed, but probably only 2 that we're going to talk about just to keep it a band. I'm going to adjust the title to reflect. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to get, oh my God, y'all, so sorry. So, what I'm going to do is, I don't know how to do a poll. I wish I did. On the restream. I'm not sure how to do. Let's see if it'll let me. I want to do a poll. I don't know how. Yeah, she done. Yeah, I know, right, Annette? Right. If y'all notice, though, I have figured out how to get the chat to appear, whether you're replay or present during the live stream. Now, I hope that's better. I had a lot of people asking for that, so I got to be careful where I set the laptop and stuff. Sorry, y'all, I'm just trying to figure out how to do this on the clean it up and have, yeah, ain't no party like a Diddy party. That must be LeBron. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna ask 2 questions that I want y'all to answer in the chat. The first one is, did you watch part 1, the live stream from yesterday? So give me a yes or no to that in the chat, like yes, part 1, or however you want to say it. And the other question I have is, I have some video evidence to support some theories and things I want to talk about in 2 main cases that we're going to talk about tonight and that I want to go over. It's all over the interwebs, and the web has been webbing today. But you guys know that I know a little bit about mob ties, and we've been, investigating some mob ties. And I ran up on a channel and it put something to my head. And one thing we're going to check directly during this live while we're live. And the other thing I've already looked into. Anyway, 2 topics. I want to talk about P. Diddy. And I want to specifically focus on that, about the alleged PIs that have been visiting creators. And about the 2 females that have been on the Lionel B show and been interviewed. And I think our channel is one of the better channels to discuss survivors and believability and not believability and why, and everything that's going on with that, from a perspective that only someone who has been there could understand and empathize, or call bullshit if necessary. And I'm cussing in the first 7 minutes probably, so it's a dub on getting monetized for this one too. Get up here now, or you're going in your box. Anyway, part one. This is part two. Part one was yesterday's live stream. What I want to know is, and the other thing that I want to discuss is Liam Payne, the still shots that are published in the media, and the proof that one creator is providing that those photos have been altered. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to those, if I can, and if it'll let me do it on my laptop during the live stream, we're going to access that software that's free on the internet, and we're going to run those pictures through it live and see what it tells us, if we get the same answers that this creator did. And I do have those videos queued up. I also have some video evidence to show that the girl that's called, I'm telling you now, if you don't, y'all, the girl that's calling herself Misha and has done a part one, part two, and has a part three interview coming out on the Lionel B show. I have a video that I found that I'm going to show and take a chance of getting stricken, but I think it's that important as a survivor. I'm pissed off, and I think anybody who is a victim or survivor would be. And I'm going to show y'all why. I felt like it wasn't right, but I'd never seen this movie before. So here's what I want to know. Which topic do you guys want to talk about first? Liam Payne or P. Diddy? Let me know that in the chat. And while y'all let me know, I'm going to mute for just a moment, clean up the dog's mess, and get her settled. Otherwise, there's no way I'm going to be able to do some of the technical stuff, because we're going to run those pictures through the software. I can show y'all with the naked eye certain stuff that I know. My background is in business computer programming and business technologies and marketing, business management with a concentration in marketing and retail sales. That's what I went to school for originally. Yes, I got my 1-year certification as a paralegal and my CNA 1 and CNA 2 and eventually MedTech, and was going into nursing, but I had to give that up. You're a mama and you're an only child. Sometimes you make certain sacrifices to make sure loved ones are taken care of. That being said, I want to know, what do y'all want to talk about first? And then the last thing we're going to look at is we're going to answer the question, is Young Thug's trial a psyop for TV? We're going to find out, because we're going to see how good was the actual TV series that was proposed by none other than Detective Dennis Thorpe, or whatever, Detective Dennis. I have it pulled up and ready to go as well. So here's what I want to know. Well, Annette, Jaguar is a part of what I'm going to put out there, and I have to say, I just want to know, and y'all aren't probably going to agree with me on everything, but she's all up on the stories now. Did she tell y'all which movie they from? And she wasn't all up. I watched AT2. I saw her come in there and argue with the Quitter girl or whatever, and call her a witch and all this. Look, remember how you say it takes one to know one? I got more tea than y'all think I've got on this subject to spill. I've been doing my research. I've had visitors. I know something about Courtney and some other folks, and we need to talk. I just want to know, which one do y'all want to talk about first? Do y'all want to talk about Liam Payne and go over the CCTV footage, look at the pictures, the creator that's done a whole lot of work, and I'm going to link y'all up to him. But I just want to focus specifically on a couple of the pictures that's come out and connections that the owners of the hotels, plural, 3, in Buenos Aires have. Reminds me of a rap group called Mob Ties that ties back to Universal Music. And y'all gonna be surprised. We've been doing our homework on that one. So here's what I want y'all to do. You're gonna have about a minute and a half while I clean up Doggy Doo's mess and put her back in her cage long enough for me to do the live stream. And or a crate, whatever you're supposed to call it. I call it the box. I want everybody to give me a vote in the chat. I want a 7 if you want to talk about P. Diddy stuff first. I want a 9 if you want to talk about Liam Payne first. I'm gonna wait on y'all to vote, and you should have about 2 minutes to vote in the live chat while I clean up the doo. And again, welcome everybody. Thank y'all for joining. Sadie Girl with Mama, welcome. It's good to see you again. I'm hoping we'll see Miss Rhonda Moon. If anybody can shed light on the P. Diddy saga and on satanic, ritualistic stuff that I can't say on YouTube, Miss Rhonda Moon is unfortunately our resident authority. And I say unfortunately because it's unfortunate that she had to go through that to be considered an authority. I haven't seen her in a while, and my heart and prayers is going out to her right now. I'm going to mute, clean up the do, and please vote a 7 for Diddy, a 9 for Liam Payne. And I'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, True Crime and other stuff. How y'all doing? I'm sorry. I needed that minute. I had to wash my hands. She might whine for a little bit, but we'll just have to let it go. I'm sorry. I apologize ahead of time. I am crate training her because it's cold weather and she inside. Okay, now, so far we got 2 votes for Diddy in the Diddy situation. And I hope for me tonight, what we're going to talk about Diddy, if we do Diddy first, is not going to be about his guilt or innocence. It's not about that. I want to talk about PR and how PR works. And and how I believe we the people the public, however you want to say it, I think we're being manipulated. I think there is a huge attempt at manipulating us. So in the chat, let me know if you guys seen the interview Lionel B has been doing. It's a 3-part, as I know of it this time, series with that girl that's calling herself Misha. I can't show y'all the interview. I apologize, but he is strict copyright strikes. I said in my first live stream that I had a lot of problems with her story and Adria English. And as a survivor myself, that I think, and a lot of you guys are, and that's why I have such a huge amount of respect for you guys and your opinions. And I'm the last one to want to question a victim or survivor or to make them feel worse. But it bothered me when she was talking about hurting babies and unaliving babies. She didn't tear up. She got a blank stare, and that could be dissociative, dissociation. I understand all that. She got a blank stare. Her face is just blank, like no emotion. And in the next breath, when she's talking about herself being hurt, she's bawling her eyes out and real tears with snot and everything, That bothered me. The discombobulation of the story didn't bother me. Girl, that's the best book I've seen to describe kind of what's going on. I touched on this during my first one, and I'm sorry about the racket in the background. That's the dog. Hopefully she'll quit. Oh, woosah. I touched on this in the first one. When it comes to P. Diddy, number one, no, I don't put anything past him at all. And here's something, he's very versed in how things work, okay? And let me ask it this way. I asked last night, and I don't think people understood. I tried to say, if you're riding a Greyhound bus and in an accident, let me say this, okay? There's 2 points that have been brought up that really stick in my brain. Why are the P. Diddy's traveled all over the world, specific places more than others? Why are the only victims that are coming forward from the United States and Canada? I think Canada as well. That's 1. 2, I knew that this lady wasn't telling the truth as soon as she claimed to be the person in the Dolce and Gabbana picture. And I'm just going to be blunt about it. 2 reasons. 1, I read the first lawsuit, and Cassie's attorney, Wigmore, which is what Jaguar was yelling about, he is the attorney of record for the Jane Doe, who has revealed her name, by the way. A lot of people missed it. She was made to either reveal her name or drop the lawsuit. Hours before the lawsuit would have been dropped, her name was revealed, and I can't remember right now what it was. You guys, she's not a superstar. She's not the girl from Love and Hip Hop that people were saying. She was a college student, or a high school student at the time in the area, whatever, and she lives in Canada now. The girl in the Dolce and Gabbana in the studio that's face is blurred, that's sitting on his lap. Number one is blonde and white, Caucasian. Okay, I'm just gonna be. I don't know how else to put it, but be blunt. And that's in the lawsuit. It's in the lawsuit. Her name starts with a J. It's not the Janice lady though. It's a different name, like Jocelyn or something. But that's a whole different person. Some people are saying there's a mistake about it and that it's the creator that put the. No, ma'am. Go back to the first interview. She says that's me sitting on his lap in the D&G shirt. They dressed me up and sat me down there. The same thing that Adrian English said. Now, the two of them, in my opinion, reached out to Jaguar Wright for credibility and believability. People can get mad at me if they want, but every creator that they've reached out to, the first thing they want to do is put their Cash App, Venmo, PayPal information up there to get money because they can't work because they've been traumatized and now people are after them. And I say them because I think it's the two of them together. And it's coincidental to me that these interviews and these stories come out right at the time that these specific gentlemen who we have seen before, PIs acting on Diddy's behalf, I guess the word be low-key, try to make somebody think twice before talking about the story. The TikTok creator that came out with the recording from the phone call that she got, and that's been around the time Homeland Security, HSI, did the raid. Now, several creators have come forward talking about there was a list, one said 10, one said 15, of creators, mainly from TikTok, that they were coming to see that somebody hired them, wanting to know, and I can play videos to show you guys. Does anybody want to just see the videos, what the PIs look like and what they were asking? Because it's pretty much standard, the same thing. You damn right, Annette. They wanted money. They wanted paid. I agree. Which one was in chat on Jaguars? The lady that's actually pictured in the D. Now, I'm not saying the person that's laying on the table couldn't have been that girl. I'm not saying there's not confusion about that. But what I will tell you is the lady that's sitting on P. Diddy's lap in the studio with a black t-shirt with cutout sleeves and a cutout v-neck and looks like a jean mini skirt or shorts is, in my opinion, allegedly not the girl that's saying that it's her for multiple reasons. Multiple. One, that's supposed to be a 17-year-old girl. Harvey Pierre met her in a nightclub, wanted to take her to meet Diddy, and I'm kind of paraphrasing the story. Wanted to take her to meet Diddy. No, ma'am, do not chew on my furniture. Wanted to take her to meet Diddy, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Got her on the private jet, got her messed up, took her to the studio, which was in another state, which is where one of the ST charges comes from, if it's proven to be true. And Diddy, Harvey Pierre, and a third unnamed individual who was kind of been named. He's not really known, like he's on the production and money side of the industry. Is my understanding at this point, are the three that did the stuff. Everything that was described in the lawsuit is what she told, but not in the right way. I don't know exactly how to explain it. But don't worry, because I have a video, and I'm hoping it's a reaction channel that put it up. And y'all, I'd never seen this movie. Have y'all ever, anybody in the chat, answer if you will, give me just yes or no. Have y'all ever seen the movie Blink Twice? And there's a reason I'm asking, I promise you. Promise you, I'm going to show you. But there was a little bit from everybody's story in there. I noticed. Oh, Misha, I've never seen the movie. So that's why I didn't catch certain stuff. I'm just gonna go ahead and cue this video up. If y'all just give me a moment. What I will tell you is there's someone that in the description that was given, they said they look like ex-military, ex-law enforcement, or an ex-wrestler. Take that how you will. That was one of the guys, and the other guy was kind of tall and skinny. It's not the dudes that are pictured in the TikToks that have been out there going to visit creators. One was similar. About one was close to 6 foot tall, an average weight and build, not heavy, not skinny. I didn't see them. My neighbor described them. The other one she said was around between 5'7", 5'9", and looked like he used to work out, but hadn't for about 10 years. They were asking if the lady that did YouTube lived here, or on the street, trying to find the exact house, because if you do GPS, if you're on an iPhone and you're using the navigation on your iPhone, for some reason it takes people to the neighbor below me's driveway, and that's the neighbor that they talk to, the ones that have the chickens and the dog kennel and everything out in their backyard. And he used to be a truck driver, and she's a nurse. But anyway, they came and told me what I was said. The people didn't come here because they didn't tell them. Honestly, there's a lady that lives on down the road that everybody in the neighborhood knows and has known for many years, does corn. She's a cam girl, or a cam grandma now, I guess. No judgment, not making fun, just keeping it a band. And they assumed, until after the end of the conversation, because of something that was said about YouTube, they assumed that it was her that the people were looking for. It's not the first time that some of her loyal, regular customers have sought her out in real life. So due to that fact, they were like, no, we don't know who you're talking about, blah, blah, blah type thing, and let it go. And the female neighbor said, sorry, I'm scrolling, reading, and pulling up the video while I'm talking. It's not working good. But anyway, I don't either, Annette, so therefore I'd never seen it either. So we'll learn this all together. Okay, got the video I wanted to pull up and show y'all. Do y'all want to see? Okay, hold on. Matter of fact, I'm going to pull two up real quick. At the same time, it'll be better that way. I'm going to pull up the one about the PIs as well, and we'll look at that one real quick first. But anyway, they assumed that it was one of her loyal customers looking for her, and, basically said they didn't know and leave their house type thing. Then the guy said, well, if you happen to catch her YouTube channel, if she's still covering, I'm trying to think how it was she said he said it. If she's still covering the Diddy Thug Chronicles, we'll be back through to talk or something. And my neighbor said, we shoot around here when it's strangers that ain't wanted. And they ain't came back that I know of. Somebody's been missing in the building behind my house. They apparently couldn't break the padlock. So you have like, it's the flap that flips over with the loop that comes out and you loop your padlock through. Well, the piece that's the flap, the screws, bolts, whatever you call them, they just ripped straight out the wood and ripped the door open. I only noticed it because the wind was blowing and blew the door around. I hadn't been out there in a minute. There's nothing out there anybody would want to take unless they just wanted a piece of plywood or an old shelf that's rusted. I mean, because I had cleaned it out due to the fact I was selling it. It is a little scary, but we got a pit bull and a husky lab mix in the house, and there's an Akita across the street and a um, a German Shepherd that's been trained by the canine trainers next door. And if they come back bothering somebody here, they will all be unleashed upon them, along with the 30-06 and a 17mm with the Tasco scope. But that's aside from the point. I think, I don't know how you guys feel. I don't see a lot of commentary about it right now in the chat. But I honestly think, and by the way, if we get struck by YouTube or there's any issues, I'll go over to the Patreon and continue this and not have to worry about editing words. But anyway, I do think it's strange that all of this, these two, and I'm saying these two ladies because I do feel like there's a reason that Ariel, that's representing the Courtney Burgess, that she dropped Adria English. There's a reason, in my opinion. It wasn't just that she got tipsy on Tasha K. When you come across multiple ways, unbelievable, it's a problem. Yeah, that part, true crime, I got you. um, and I think she thought by pulling somebody else up, it would be more credibility. By the way, the Misha girl that's saying that she's the girl on the table with the fruit and the girl in the D&G shirt also said she doesn't have a lawyer. She's not had a lawyer, that no one would take her case. Listen to that very carefully. And I say that because the original suit that had the D&G person's picture sitting on P. Diddy and standing up pointing at the wall where it said Diddy's house and all that has had Wigmore since day one. And if there's one thing that we learned through Cassie's lawsuit about Douglas Wigmore is, number one, he knows his stuff. He knows what he's doing. He's above the board. I don't think he's going to be a Busby and accused of extortion or anything like that. I am 100% positive that he would definitely be saying, don't talk to nobody, no interviews, no press, no nothing to tank the case until after it's settled. Now, here's what one thing I want to say. The PIs, the digging up dirt on lawyers, the fake stories coming out. What does that do? Well, let's see. Ever since Courtney Burgess stepped on the scene, Diddy's lawyers pushed back until today, the bail hearing crap, and focused on getting a gag order for these people. They couldn't get it even with that. So now we got more salaciousness that's worse and took it up to another level out there. And we have PIs going around making it seem like Diddy or someone that maybe is either defending him or against him sent them, asking questions, offering to pay. Because what I saw and what I've been told the conversations was, is somebody paying you to make your content? If they are, who is it and what are they paying? Number one, if you tell us, we'll pay you double to change your narrative to the opposite. And number two, we want to be able to go after them. So here's my thing. A high-profile individual that's been contacted allegedly by the Busby firm and given one of them pay-up letters, or the lawsuit will be found, files a countersuit, and all of this is within 72 hours of each other, what I'm about to say. Countersuit is filed by the big name person. PIs show up at multiple creators' doors. And Adria and Misha come out on the same channel. And I'm going to say this. I like Lionel B, y'all. Keep it a band. I think he's fine. I hope he's single and I ain't offending no woman. And it hurts my heart because I want him to be above board. But right now, with this continuing to be narrative continuing to be pushed, the fact that it would have been so easy before he ever did a video and put it up to prove that wasn't her in either of them pictures and that her story was flawed. And even after it all came out, still putting up 2 more parts. And the copyright strike thing at the beginning. And nobody from Diddy's legal team has come at him for all these salacious comments. And these videos are up there. They're up there right at 1 million views. So he's making that bread through YouTube for it. I mean, he won't get paid for another month or 2. But all of that together makes me wonder, were you one of the 15 and did you say yes? Question mark, allegedly, in my opinion. And Lionel B, I want the answer to be no. Because you're one of the creators that I look up to. And then I look at and I say, well, he's definitely over the age of 35. And he can do it. I can do it too. I can make it. And it looks like a massive freaking cash grab that's going to do nothing but possibly get this horrible person off. It's like a woman saying that she was great by someone too. And you got 2 women saying it. One is saying such outlandish, outrageous things and dates and times that can be proven wrong. For her to be the age she is now, the age she would have had to be when she said the Bill Cosby incident took place, it's easy to prove that's not true. He was incarcerated. Let's do math. That's a fact. Everybody can look at that picture and see that that's a blonde-headed white lady sitting on Diddy's lap in that studio. I know the one creator that called her out. The girl said, oh, because I'm bigger now, I'm gaining weight. No, you can gain weight, but you can't change certain stuff. You can't change your ethnicity. I can't say the word. You can't change your DNA. You can't change your race. You can't change fundamentally, those things. And honestly, what I've said as far, and we could talk about the women with the food on them. Let's get this real. In the 80s and the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, in highfalutin areas, that was a thing. Most of the time it was sushi. Anybody ever watch Sex in the City? what's her name, Samantha, that was the hoe on Sex in the City, did it for her boyfriend, the actor that she was dating, Slim Salamander or whatever his name was. I can't remember. That was a thing. People need to listen. So much I want to say, stop conflating shit. Stop trying to throw extra shit in the mix and think you're going to get $5. There ain't no point. If you're a survivor of Diddy and you're coming forward right now thinking you're going to get that bag, sit your ass down. You're not. You're not. The only thing you're going to do is help everybody get justice. And if you're a true survivor that needs to tell their story to heal, you're not going to give a damn about $1 because that dollar is not going to heal you. But telling your story might save somebody. And if you, ladies or gentlemen or anybody out there, allegedly, in my opinion, is lying, you're doing nothing but re-victimizing his survivors and victims. You're doing nothing but taking their justice from them. And you should be prosecuted next. And God don't like ugly. If nobody else don't handle it, he will. Also, those of you in the chat, please don't let me forget before the end of tonight to let y'all update. I have 3 apps that I have currently been using and reviewing that are the ones you can download and play and earn money. And I do have good news on 3. 2 out of 3, absolutely. Great news. If anybody's interested, please stick around because I'm going to tell you what they are. I'll pull them up. I'll show you. I'll let you know what I've earned, where I'm at. And I'll also let y'all know of about 3 or 4 that don't bother. I got my list. And it's just I'll give y'all a quick update. I'm going to do a video I'm working on the editing on. And also, those of you that are in here tonight get to be the first. I want y'all to decide give me a suggestion. What movie would y'all, or TV show or series, what would y'all like to watch on Patreon? I'm going to do a watch night. We're going to start out 2 nights a week. I'm thinking Tuesday night and Thursday night. I don't have to worry about copyright stuff. I thought about Christmas and Thanksgiving. We can meet up on there, do the Christmas carols and Christmas songs. I'm trying to do a tier that's free so that when it's like the pajama jammy jams and stuff like that you don't have to pay to be able to watch it. I just want to know if there'd be an interest. We don't have to worry about copyright strikes. We can listen to whatever music we want to listen to. We can watch whatever movie and do commentary and bathroom breaks or whatever, however you want to. We don't have to stop them at all. We don't have to worry about that on Patreon. And it won't get my channel taken down or, any other problems. I just want to know what everybody thought. I'm trying. I'm trying. I have changed the tier prices to where the most expensive Patreon tier is $5. The least expensive, I think, is $1.50. If you're on Apple, I apologize. Apple's charging a fee, and there's nothing I can do about that because of the way Patreon bills. Even if I charge $0, I think Apple charges like $1.99 or something. Those of you that have it, but do know if you have like a tablet or something else that isn't Apple, that you can sign up that way. Like if you have a Gmail account or whatever, you should be able to sign up that way and avoid the fee. And don't forget your Google rewards. You can actually, I think Patreon is owned by Google. I will double check, but you should be able to use your Google rewards points to pay for the Patreon or the membership on YouTube. which is 99 cents. Um, I'm working on getting everything back to where it used to be as far as YouTube goes. Just got some medical issues that I've been taking care of and trying to train this dog. And doing a whole lot of research. You're about to see part of that tonight. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get into this. The first video I'm going to pull up, it's going to be short because I'm going to fast forward and just show the clips from the TikTok. I'm going to kind of edit out. It's a reaction video where the detectives went to visit the YouTuber and she found them later. And of course, a commercial's coming up right now. So let me share my screen and get this pulled up. Just give me 1 second to stop the commercial or whatever. And skip and pause. The name of the channel that I'm looking at is Jamal, aka Jamal. It's we found the private investigators who asked me about Diddy, and he's just doing a reaction. Oh, girl, I feel you. My roommate did, and has been sick. So she's almost a month behind on rent that she pays by the week. And I'm trying. But I'm real close to just having to say, it snowed yesterday. It's snowing again now. I can't just put somebody out in the cold. But Duke Bauer don't care, you know? Drew, that's why I'm trying to adjust the Patreon tiers to where the lowest tier is free. And that way, when we do special things like that, everybody can come over and watch it for free. Of course, I will be having special stuff that's not for everybody, but you know, I feel like Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's, you know, and maybe every other Friday night we might just need to get together and just chill and listen to some music, read a book, watch a movie together. What I'm going to be doing is doing a poll in the community section and letting the subscribers, letting you guys decide what we do. And like I said, what I'm hoping to do is what I'll do is the tier 1 on Patreon will be free. And tier 2 will be like $3. And tier 3 will be $5. And that way, you know, and honestly, the $3 tier will be the best value for your money. Yeah. And what's hard about the snow here is we got about right at 2 inches from the last up towards Newland and Spruce Pine and what's all going on up in there. It breaks my heart, though. At least, look, I may not have heat, and I might be using a couple radiator floor space heaters, whatever. But I still have a hole in the roof and a water leak. But I'm not in a tent. There's so many people between here and Tennessee that are in tents. And then I don't care what they try to spin and tell you. But CPS is really trying to take their babies because they don't have a home. Ain't it enough that they're cold and they're scared and they've lost everything? And then our needs to be in a nursing home eating some footin' ass president that about got us into WW3. Ain't that enough? Ain't life shitting on us enough? Sorry, y'all. I'm to get emotional, but it's mad tears. It's not like poor me tears. I'm pissed off. And, I'm just tired of the bullshit. Okay, let me share my screen and do this before. I ain't trying to be all whiny. The clip channels are gonna love me. By the way, come on, clip channels, clip away. Please clip away. Because when it comes to YouTube, all press and attention is good attention. Shit. I don't know. I don't know how many of y'all are mad about the Tyson fight. I'm still pissed. I'm pissed off. If I had money and bet on that fight, I'd be ready to sue the hell out of them. People can say what they want to say, but that shit ain't cool. Huh. If they was gonna do an exhibition or have a fight, whether it was scripted or it just had the contingency or the rule that nobody could knock anybody out, that changes the game when you're talking Mike Tyson. He don't know how to box without trying to knock out. That's why he was chewing the hell out his glove. I think Biden's a piece of shit and he needs to be took out of office right now. This is why I can't support any politician. You know you're not running for re-election. What do you got to lose? You gonna make sure you grades right so you and your son can continue to get you dollars after you gone, I guess. I don't know. And then Great Britain jumped in today. I do wonder, and I'm gonna blow my nose, and I want to pose a question real quick about the Biden thing before we start this. Because it's been on my mind, and I looked up our Constitution, and there's a clause in there that scares me, and I think there's a reason they did it. Okay, sorry guys, I couldn't hold it no more because I've been crying. Let me ask you this: has anybody thought about how hardcore our current leaders are trying to stop Trump from taking over? And it scares the hell out of me to talk to that. And Elon Musk and him being around the country too. I'm not gonna lie, but it was the lesser of two evils, and I voted for my dog. But anyway, first of all, we're not supposed to be able to our country is not supposed to be able to declare WAR or enter into WAR without the a special assembly called and Congress and our Senate agreeing with it. Period. That's one. I agree in that. I think he will too. I'm waiting to see that pardon list and how much money he makes from it. Two, here's something an angle that I hadn't heard anybody think of that I just want to throw out there for you. Um, if we are officially involved in a conflict or a WAR, whatever they want to, term it today or tomorrow, whatever, does that allow our government, specifically the president, his cabinet, the Senate, Congress, all them that are losing their seats, does that allow them to enact special SWAR time, YouTube reasons, SWAR time rules and abilities? In other words, if we're in the middle of a conflict, I know previously it's been discussed with previous presidents and transfers of power and such. Are they allowed to delay indefinitely the transfer of power while we're still involved in that conflict? Question mark. That is a question. Some supposed scholars on our Constitution and how everything works say yes, some say no. It's a slippery slope because Kamala ran and was the DNC nominee. Biden is the current sitting president, but he didn't run because he wasn't able to continue to serve. So is he able to make those choices, decisions, and serve now? In my opinion, no. If he wasn't able to run, he shouldn't be able to be president right now. True crime, whatever you typed or did is not coming through for some reason. That's weird. I'm checking it this way. Okay, let's see. I don't know, didn't, but, and always stepped down. I said, hell is going on. I agree with you. I don't understand why he didn't go ahead and step down. But could it be a plan that not just Biden, but the rest of the Democrats say, hey, we're going to just barely get our toe wet enough to say that we're in this conflict and we can declare wartime rules, basically. And as I understand, it can be delayed 3 to 6 months on the swearing in of a new leader because of a new conflict. I am waiting on a constitutional rights attorney out of Georgia to get back at me. But they were speaking before the Georgia Supreme Court to argue an appeal, so it may take a couple days. No, he did not step down. All he did basically was decline the DNC nomination, for lack of a better way to put it. It's just a thought. The reason that it's even a thought on my horizon, to be 1,000,000% honest with you guys, is I was speaking to a family member that has been a member of the Berets Special Forces out of North Carolina, the airborne woo-woo, for over 30 years. And he said that they can enact like wartime rules, which is there was a thing they were saying that Trump was going to do it at the end of his presidency. Martial law comes into effect and some other things, and basically we and I say we, the citizens of the U.S. We, the citizens of the U.S., wouldn't have a thought or a say and wouldn't be able to override it for at least 90 days. And who knows what they would have concocted by then. Because y'all do know that due to his felony conviction, they tried to go through the Constitution and everything that where it talks about the president and the requirements to serve in the office and everything else. And because he was a felon, tried to say, the plan was that on inauguration day, it'd be like, oh, no, sorry. Can't do that. You can't be president because you're a convicted felon. But as they soon found out, and I kind of already knew because I'd already been studying it and doing a little research, there is no provision for that. And where they tell you that we've never had a president that's had these charges. Heller Time and perspective. We've had several presidents that owned slaves. Thomas Jefferson. We've had several presidents that we know great slaves because they produced heirs that were mixed from their slaves. um, that being said, they were guilty of what would now be some felonies, now wouldn't it? Can you imagine if Thomas Jefferson lived today with the line of slaves and the slave ownership he had? And I say that not to disparage anybody's legacy or heritage. I say that for perspective because one of the founding fathers, one of the people that helped enact, and early governors, several of them in the way they lived their life would be way more than a convicted felon today. Now, I'm not saying this to defend the big old rump man, because let me explain something to you. I don't like him. I don't like him. I don't like the grabbing by the Koji statements. I don't particularly care for his personality. I never watched the You're Fired show. I've always been an independent. But in my opinion, Kamala lost the race when she sat on The View and told Sonny Holston that there's not one thing that Biden did that she would change. And do I agree with Trump about deportation and getting her done? Yep, sure do. And let me tell y'all, let me say this. It doesn't mean that I have a problem with legal immigration. Please ask my neighbors, because my two sets of favorite neighbors, I've already talked to and got their opinion. By the way, my next door neighbor, him and his brother, they're trying to get the property above for the third brother. I hope he gets it. They're the best neighbors I ever had. And congratulations, Paulo, because he passed his citizenship exam last week and threw a party tonight. And I was never so happy. And I heard the Star Spangled Banner blaring was what. I say that because I asked him. I asked Lupe. I asked Paulo. I asked Linda. I asked Paulo's little brother. He's so cute. We just call him Louie. But I asked him, I said, how do y'all feel about it? Do y'all want to know how they feel? Do you want to know how 4 people that are legal immigrants to the U.S. told me they feel about the migrant workers and what's going on? Because they pay taxes now, babies. They pay taxes just like me and you. Out their checks, on their food, everything else. They don't get no free ride. You want to know what they all said? They wouldn't care if it's 50,000 that came in every day, if they did, as long as they did the process that they did and went through what they went through. Not because they want somebody else to have to suffer, but because it's what's right. It's what's right. And if you really want to come into this country, let me tell you what Paulo told me. He said, neighbor, if you really want to come into this country and make a life for you and your family, and you feel it's a better life, okay, cool, or not. But you really want to do it, and you really want to do it to the point that you want to become a legal citizen and say you're an American and that your home is the United States, and show that on your license and show it on your passport, then you're going to do it the right way. And you're going to do it because it's what you want and because you have love and allegiance. He said, I'm a grown man. I'm 34 years old. I've taught myself English. I have done everything, and I've worked a job for 26 years. And do you know that it's took that man nearly 26 years to get his legal status changed? Doing it the right way, getting his green card, doing everything the way he was supposed to. Just like my other neighbor. My other neighbor, 20, I think he said 29 and a half years. It's going to be 30 years this coming May 9th, I think he said. It's right at Mother's Day. He has to wait another 7 years, I think it is, or 5 years, he said, to be able to reapply and take his exam again, because him and his wife own a business. They had dinner after they closed the business with friends. He had 2 drinks and drove, and he got a DUI. He didn't wreck and hurt anybody. He didn't run from the law, but he broke the law, and he owns it. He owns it, and he derailed himself. And let me say this too, by the way. Okay, when we got our checks, our stimulus checks, the $600, the $1,400, all that, him nor his wife, who was born here, got those checks because he's not a citizen and she's married to a non-citizen. And that's the people, along with the neighbor. And I said, and congratulations again, Paulo, if you're listening, because I know your party's over. I don't hear the music no more. The people that are immigrants that went through the process the right way, as they said it, legally, to become citizens of the United States. And they don't want their tax dollars paying for people to come in here illegally by the droves to live for free and get something they can't get, just like we don't, to keep it 1,000,000%. He said, Paul said, I don't think it's about race or where you from or color. He said, I think it's about laziness and liars and criminals. He said, if you're going to break the law to get here, you're going to break the law while you're here. And you don't love this country, you love yourself. I was like, hey, that's the best way I've heard it put. I can't argue with that. It makes pretty good sense to me. Okay. It's over. Sorry about the political thing. The whole Ukraine and Russia and war thing honestly scares the bejeebus out of me. I begged my daughter and she brought little man up. I just wanted to hold him and hug him because it's scary. It's something I didn't want to ever have to face in my lifetime, and I surely didn't want little man to ever have to think about it, And it's hard for me to admit that my big bad self is scared, but it's scary. And it's real. So, anyway, under the Fair Use Act, I just trying to see I'm trying to see the thing so I can adjust the view. There we go. Make the screen as big as possible. There we go. Okay. I'm going to mute and play this. It's going to be skipping around. I will stop. This is the first person that came out about the individuals visiting on behalf of the Diddy situation, along with the video from the comedian guy, which was kind of funny. And this gentleman's doing a reaction. I will be including the links in the description box to all the videos that I'll be showing tonight. So if something takes me an extra minute and there's a pause and quietness, it's probably because I'm updating the description or fixing the next video, because I have quite a bit lined up to go through tonight. I'm going to mute and let's get this party started. Please feel free to comment. Let me know. Any questions anybody has, because I have a lot of thoughts and what I feel like and think is going on when I step back and look at the whole picture. Because if we look at one thing in a vacuum by itself, it's not that much. But when we put the fact together that you got detectives saying they're going to contract these creators, you've got the Courtney Burgess thing, the redoing the bail, the asking for the gag order. You've got that these people know Jaguar Wright has a soft space in her heart and is ready like a mama bear to defend survivors of Diddy and Hollywood and the music industry. It just kind of fits together too much. And like I said, I know that Jaguar is now denouncing them. She was on At2's channel earlier with the Goddess Lady and Quato, whatever. And apparently they say I'm just going to keep it a ban. Some things Jaguar Wright was there for, and she knows. A lot of the time, I think that she conflates and inflates a little bit, adds to make the story better, which that's her right to do so. It's YouTube. You want to keep attention, you want to keep clicks, you want to keep views. That's her bread and butter. It's how she makes her money now. More power to her. I'm not a hater. I also sometimes feel like some things is just the ability to read between the lines, and I do think that she has a network of people that she talks to that give her information. I'm on the fence about Courtney and Ariel back and forth, waiting to see what exactly was told to the grand jury and turned over to the authorities. But in my opinion, at this point, it looks like ever since Jaguar Wright was on Piers Morgan, there's been an active campaign to derail and discredit her, and for accusations to be made against P. Diddy that make his situation worse. My thing is, I don't know at this point if the person is trying to make his situation worse permanently because they have an axe to grind with him, or if it's let me get out in front of this, let me tell y'all the worst so you're desensitized, and let me take the jury pool irrevocably to where I can't in the universe get a fair trial, or a combination thereof, or three, let me put some people out there to lie so when that part comes out, the court of public opinion will be tainted against all of the survivors and victims, to where they all look like liars that are just trying to gain money and clout. Any of them are possible. But what would you expect from someone accused of and possibly guilty of the things that Diddy's been accused of? And here's something that people keep forgetting. And Courtney Burgess, he did remind us of it. And I've said something about it before. Matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can't pull up that interview and get y'all that little 2-minute clip from Frank Lucas just to get that foundation laid. So let me go ahead and play this and I'll pull that up and we'll discuss that. I'm going to mute. Here we go.
I started talking to my best friend and said, We know we heard Amala lives here. They came really under false pretenses, trying to have a conversation with her about whether or not I'm paid to found out who these two men are, or at least we know what they look like now. And they knocked on the door. They started talking to my best friend and said, we know we heard Amala lives here. They came really under false pretenses, trying to have a conversation with her about whether or not I'm paid to talk about the different topics that I talk about on this show.
I don't know if she's going to cover it here, but I also was wondering, like, did they have some type of badge? Maybe she's going to cover it. I was just thinking about that too, like, where's the proof that you guys are who you say you are, you know? But like I said, she said we found them, so maybe she's gonna name drop.
We know we heard Amala lives here. They came really under false pretenses, trying to have a conversation with her about whether or not I'm paid to talk about the different topics that I talk about on this show. And once I got on the phone, interrogated them a little bit, they ended up letting me know they were private investigators to an unnamed client who they would not disclose, who were trying to figure out if influencers were paid to talk about P. Diddy and his connection to certain celebrities. So immediately my mind is thinking some sort of celebrity has hired this group of people to sort of travel around and maybe get some dirt on whether or not these people have been paid to talk about them and to share particular bits of information about them, although we do not have that confirmed. Now, these two guys ended up leaving after finding out that I was not paid by anybody and continue to not be paid by anybody to talk.
And another thing too, like me, like I'll be reacting to the news that's coming out, talking about so
offered more money. They said, you know, if you were paid, we'd pay to know who's paying you. And whatever they're paying you to share these stories about Diddy and his connection to other celebrities, will pay you more to share the opposite story. They let me know also that they had about 10 other influencers that they were planning on visiting. And we did find one of them. Just a moment after we finished the show, we finished talking to you guys actually. Samson popped up on my TikTok, and Taylor had sent me videos that you guys were sending to him.
The Samson is the comedian guy, and they're going to show the videos here in just a moment with the two detectives. You'll notice during this I am skipping forward and I have sped it up because, one, I want you to go watch the full video over on his and her channel, and two, I need to shorten it so I can show y'all everything. And I have found that information on Frank Lucas, and I think it's really important because if anybody ever watched the movie American Gangster or Godfather, think about how Diddy moves. Think about the planning, the having somebody think you're coming over for Sunday dinner and getting put in a position to where you're taped, recorded, witnessed, whatever, you know, because we're back in the day some too. Doing something that would cause you problems in your life outside of there. That's the mob MO. Everything that Diddy did was the MO of organized criminals. And yeah, that's what he grew up with. That's who taught him. Even what's going on with these people approaching the creators and sending out false messengers. That's playbook mob ties. Think about it. I'm going to show you a nice little bow tonight. And I'm going to try to do it quick, so I'm going to shut my mouth. Here we go.
I was getting tagged and mentioned on TikTok. People saying, are these the same two guys? And here they are. These are confirmed. The same two guys that came to my best friend's door where I used to live.
So you guys are private investigators who come to my private home asking about influencers?
This is the Samson guy that's talking right now in the video. Let me know if I need to turn the volume up or anything for you guys, or if it's good on that video. But these two gentlemen are the ones that came to his house and to her former residence. Now, they're in California. I'm on the other end of the coast. I don't for an instant believe it was the same people that came out through here. What I will tell you is the guy that's in the gray shirt with the glasses that kind of looks like he's the boss was no description. The description I was given, he would not fit either one. the guy in the blue shirt that wants to talk a lot and knows nothing, looks a whole lot like the ex-pro wrestler, ex-cop, ex-whatever that my neighbor saw. So whoever it was somebody that looked similar to him without a beard. They did have a mustache, but no beard. And they weren't wearing a ball cap and had on sunglasses. I didn't ask about the color of the shirt. And they just said jeans and a shirt. That he didn't look very professional, but he could have been undercover, a PI or somebody. They thought he was a flaky fan. And the other guy looked like a center on a basketball team. It's the best description I can tell you. All right, back to this video. Transformative content.
This is very uncomfortable, you guys.
I don't know why. I'll explain.
No, you're at my home.
Okay, so you don't want to talk to us then?
Have I broken some law?
Absolutely not.
And you have the thin blue. This is frightening. I think. Can you guys step away from my?
A lot of people missed this too. He made a reference really quick. The guy that's in the blue shirt with the ball cap. Do y'all know what symbol that is on his ball cap, by the way? That symbol on his ball cap is the thin blue line symbol, the law enforcement support and community symbol. And I point that out because there's a part of me that wonders, could this be our government in action? Could they purposely be making it look like that Diddy's and his team are trying to influence public opinion and possible witnesses, like on lines of witness intimidation that they've been claiming? Let me say this. I personally believe that he's done more than what he's been accused of. I've been hearing the rumors, and I know people in the industry that I've spoken with in the past, and this ain't nothing new. It's just people were scared to talk, and we'll get into why later. Cut your hand off for stealing and dug out for lying. Think about it like that. Those, push your nose to the left type symbols. Sopranos type situation, That being said, I put nothing past either side. That's what's sad right now. Our current government and P. Diddy, in my opinion, are pretty much one and the same. They move the same way. They do illegal-ish. They lie. Just look at Young Thug's case. Rather than do your job, build your case, and do your research, and put these people that deserve to be in jail off the streets. No, you want to get up and look like a freaking buffoon or set somebody up with some lies and bullshit. Or steal the Richard Mille watch so you can go get you some big old tatas. If your name is Viverado, or however you say it. Anyway, back to the video. Transformative content.
From my home?
We're in a public street, so the answer is no. But we're not trying to give you a hard time.
Why are you here? What do you mean? You're showing up at my
We're
house.
very nice and respectful, and we will be. I just have two quick questions for you, and if you want to be interested in it, great. If not, I'll have a nice day. We're not.
What is this? This is odd.
So
You have to admit this is very
it
weird.
always is, and people always ask us the same question. I'm happy to explain to you.
What?
Very simply, we were just hired to speak to a few people that do, have a lot of followers, stuff like that, on different platforms.
What is this about the Diddy stuff I report on?
Somewhat, yes. Not necessarily do stuff, but people are involved and just stuff like that. So basically, a very simple question is are you paid to influence?
Not necessarily Diddy stuff, but people are involved in something like that. This is literally what he sounded like on the phone. And how did I describe him to you guys? So many of you guys were like commenting and saying, I saw the TikTok of who the guys. You described them perfectly. Did I not describe them perfectly? There's one guy just stumbling over all of his sentences, which is the big, bulky guy. And then the boss man who sort of steps in to sort of clear things up, but not exactly clear them up. Now, they claim their names are Robert, James, and Peter Deegan. Who knows whether or not that's true? I already reported them to the police. I happen to have some cop friends. We want to look into whether or not these individuals are actually registered as private investigators, because at least in the state of California, you do have to be registered and licensed as a private investigator. And I think the same can be said for other states. There is a registry that exists somewhere. I don't know if it's a state-based registry or a nationwide registry, but we're trying to figure it out, because who is Robert James and Peter Deegan? They're probably not even their real names. Like Robert James, okay. Robert James. My name is Jason Allen. Yeah, John Smith. It's just like, please. But they've also apparently visited other TikTokers. Here's another video of a TikToker that popped up. You guys have been like tagging me and everything. You have been my sleuths all over TikTok, finding these people who have had similar experiences. So here's this guy quickly talking about his experience.
So this morning, private investigators, in quotations, chose to show up on my doorstep that apparently are going around and contacting numerous influencers that talk about Diddy and that do deep dives on Diddy as well. Now, obviously, I didn't talk long, but I was curious who they were, what they wanted, and why they got my address. Best believe I had a special little something sitting in my hands that you could see from a pretty good distance if you know what.
If you know what he means. Okay. Yeah. And they asked him very similar questions. Were you paid? If so, who by? They offered him money. I saw another guy on TikTok. Another guy on TikTok.
So this is what's really strange, though. So if they're approaching people who, you know, have a lot of followers and that are doing, you know, deep dives on Diddy and, you know, basically, you know, whether it's reactions or giving information. So normally people who are doing that is going to have more than like 10 videos talking about Diddy, right? So let's just say they approach someone and that person did take the money, and then all of a sudden the content switched up. Like they're talking in a good light about Diddy. Like, you don't think people are going to find that strange? So it's like, what is the end goal here? You know what I mean? Like, that's why I found it extremely weird. Like, somebody content is just going to flip flop and they're going to be like, oh, you know, guess what? That stuff I said before about him, it's weird. Very weird. Very weird. So I just had to get that off my chest.
Who lived in
Or they could actually do like what we have seen and what we're discussing right now, which is a creator that's been covering it similarly, trying to stay kind of neutral, but of course, even trying to stay neutral, the coverage comes out like you're against Diddy, because that's what's predominantly in the media at this point. But I mean, I'm going to use this as an example. Look at this interview that we're talking about. Look at Adria English's interviews, not just with Lionel B, but with everybody. And then Lionel B is saying it's an exclusive interview with the girl Misha, right? And I swear to you guys, by 5 o'clock in the morning, after part 1 aired, she was hopping up on every platform she could get on, along with Adria English. And every creator has the same story. And the story is, we'll talk, we'll do the interview, blah, 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 blah. But can you put our Cash App and PayPal up first thing? Like, that's before they ask, how long is the interview? What do you want to talk about? What do you want me to say? Blah, 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 blah. It's put that Cash App up. That's the problem for me. And then it's supposed to be an exclusive with this other creator, Lionel B, right? And he's threatening copyright and stuff. Well, you're cutting his throat. Whether he paid you or not, I don't know, and I'm not trying to insinuate that. But it seems that they gave him, at least the Misha lady, gave him the at least idea that her interview with him was an exclusive. So the way I see it from a creator's standpoint is she shouldn't be up on another platform talking about the same thing that she's talking to me about until all parts of her interview have aired and 48 hours has passed. Because the first 48 hours is the only views we really make money off of, just to keep it a band with you guys. If you don't watch a video within the first 48 hours, I'm probably not even making 9 cents. I make 9 cents for every 1,000 views, by the way, which is why it's taken me about 8 months to get a paycheck. Just at this point, my last check I got was I think September 21st. I got a check for $100, and I think it was $27. The check before that I received on October 2023 was for $154. I have not received a check since. So I haven't sold not one item on Teespring. Nobody. I do have my Patreon subscriptions. I make a whopping $7.27 per month on Patreon. YouTube, and I'm sure True Crime knows this, does not pay creators until they make $100 or more. So the $38 that I've made between September 22nd and today will sit there until it's $100 or more. Sorry, I was writing. Robert, she said Robert James, and what was the other? Because I lost it that quick. The other PI. So let's see. PIs in Diddy case. And I'm not liking this pen. It's not writing clear. Sorry, y'all. If one of y'all heard it, can y'all type me? I know Robert James was the one PI, what he said his name was. If if anybody heard them clearly, can somebody just quickly type in the chat for me what the other PI said their name was, so I don't have to rewind and play it again real quick. And if nobody heard it, I'll rewind and play it. I just didn't want to have to put nobody through that if I didn't have to. I'm just trying to grab a pen. I apologize. If you guys can see me right now, y'all be laughing because it is the true definition of lean with it, rock with it going on right now. I don't want to tell too much of the details, but your girl is leaned and laid all across the room trying to reach to get a pen that I know writes well and that I won't be griping because it's the one I'm writing with. This one is cute and it matches the little book that I got as a gift, but it's just not a good writing instrument. Girl, what else do you need? I understand True Crime, honey. $120 a year is about what I make. So I feel your pain. if that does anything to soothe you, no, please know that I feel your pain. And I want to show, if nobody knows or has looked, I'm going to show y'all real quick tonight what it costs to be able to get records now in the state of North Carolina, just in the state of North Carolina. Like autopsy reports and everything like that is almost $800 per year to be able to get those official documents. As of, I believe for us, it's going to be in February when it changes for my county. They're doing it by zones and sectors. That's why I say it that way. If you just remind me, I'll pull it up and show you because I've got like 40,000 windows open. Did anybody hear the name though of the PI? Or do I need to just rewind it real quick so I can write them down? Robert. I'm just seeing which of the pens shows up best real quick. Nobody heard. You don't remember. Okay, babe. I'm going to. Okay, that one's a dub because it's running out of ink. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying real quick to see which pen to use. Okay, I really like that one, the way it writes. Same for that one. Okay. And that one. Okay. Alrighty then. This one can go. This one can go. Keep those two. Alright. There we go. And a pencil. Okay. Sorry. I apologize for being ill prepared. Honestly, I didn't think that I was going to want to write their names down. I'm going to rewind it back to that part real quick where they introduced themselves. And true crime, right now, actually, while we're talking, I'm going to my email. I'm going to email you my personal number so you can text me direct. And that way, hopefully I can help you. I know you sent me an email and I'm looking. Okay. I got you right here. I am sending you an email right now. It's you're not losing them. And that's why I want to give you my number so I can explain it. The 4,000 watch hours. What you're seeing is it's in the studio. There's a tab where it's showing how many hours and where you're on that page in your studio, and you're going to see last 28 days. So let's say today you made a video and it had 500 views. So your watch time hours are going to go up today. Well, tomorrow, the oldest day falls off. Okay. So let's say that oldest day that you had 1,000 watch hours. So when you get up tomorrow and you look at it, it looks like you lost 1,000 watch hours. But in reality, you didn't. It's the parameters that YouTube's going to set. I'll help you go and understand. And if watch time hours is all you need, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you. I'm sending you a reply right now, and it's just gonna be my phone number, so I can do it real quick and not hold up everything for everybody. But if I don't do it now, I'll forget, and I apologize for that. Let's see. This is my cell number. Text me first. I'm telling you to text me first because I do not answer calls from numbers I don't know. It's just, I'm an old lady. I'm an old lady. Okay. All right, sweetheart, your email has been sent. So just let me know whenever you receive it so I know you got it, if you don't mind, sweetie. And let's see. I can rewind.
Or giving him information. So normally
You paid? If so, who buy? They offered him money. I saw another guy on TikTok. Sorry, another guy on TikTok. And I think the same can be said for other states. There is a registry that exists somewhere. I don't know if it's a state-based registry or a nationwide registry, but we're
People are involved in just that. So basically, very simple question is are you paid to influence?
not necessarily stuff. People are involved in something like that. This is literally what he sounded like on the phone. How did I describe him to you guys? So many of you guys were like commenting saying, I saw the TikTok with the guys, I described them perfectly. Did I not describe them perfectly? There's one guy just stumbling over all this sentences, which is the big, bulky guy, and then the boss man who sort of steps in to sort of clear things up, but not exactly clear them up. Now they claim their names are Robert James and Peter Deegan. Who knows whether or not that's true? I already reported them to the police. I have some cop friends. We want to look into whether or not these individuals are actually registered as private investigators, because at least in the state of California, you do have to be registered and licensed as a private investigator. And I think the same can be said for other states.
Probably echo and I'll.
You have been my sleuths all over TikTok, finding these people who have had similar experiences. So here's this guy quickly talking about his experience.
So this morning, private investigators, in quotations, chose to show up on my doorstep that apparently are going around and contacting numerous influencers that talk about Diddy and then do deep dives on Diddy as well. Now, obviously, I didn't talk long, but I was curious who they were, what they wanted, and why they got my address. Best believe I had a special little something sitting in my hands that you could see from a pretty good distance if you know what.
If you know what he means. Okay. Yeah. And they asked him very similar questions. Were you paid? If so, who buy? They offered him money. I saw another guy on TikTok. Sorry, another guy on TikTok.
So this is what's really strange, though. So if they're approaching people who basically, say, let's just say about Diddy. Like, you don't think people are going to find that strange? It's weird. Very weird. Very weird. So
investigators, because his visit exists on the same timeline as the two private investigators being here in California to visit me and the other influencers that I mentioned. What is going on? Who is hiring these people? Now, some are running with the narrative that these are people hired by Diddy or somebody within Diddy's network, and they're doing it at his request to figure out why influencers are talking about these stories. First of all, I don't even know if these guys are private investigators. I don't know what they were doing. There could have been so many different things going on. They could have been there to just scope out and see where these individuals live, and they had one guy sort of confusingly talking to whoever answers the door so that the other guy can scope out the area and see what's going on. I don't know. I mean, my best running theory is that some celebrity that all of us as influencers have spoken about in relation to Diddy, sort of tangential to Diddy, is maybe sweating about the fact that people are making this connection. And maybe somebody else has bad blood with this celebrity, and they think that somebody is funding celebrities talking about them and connecting them with P. Diddy. Because I would only imagine that if you are in any way, shape, or form connected to this man, and people are starting to talk about it, or there are whispers, or you're seeing a video pop up here and a video pop up there, you're going to start getting pretty paranoid that you are next on the chopping block, and that somehow people have figured this out about you. And knowing the sort of network that they had with other celebrities, how they would target other celebrities, the rumors about Diddy and Tupac and Kid Cudi and all the different wars that they were feuding out with one another, maybe they really are paranoid that somebody has it out for them and is paying influencers to build this connection and bring them down. I don't know, guys. I'm just making shit up at this point.
All right. Hey, when Diddy wants to party, you got to tell him no. Like she said, they are sweating right now. They probably gonna lose. Like, I don't know. I had to watch. Like I said, it's desperate times for them. But appreciate y'all for watching, man.
It's killing me with the transition time. Okay. That's a little bit about the PIs. Now, I want to do a little background, and then I'm going to show you the breakdown of the video, interview, and conclusion that I would have never came up with because I've never seen the movie. But, and I'm just waiting on the screen to change. I just shared my screen. It should be popping up shortly. Because I want to talk about Diddy's connection to Frank Lucas. So let's see if I can do it any better. Let's see. SEAN Diddy Counts. Okay, Google's up there now. There's a video. I think this might be it. We're going to see real quick.
If a scammer texted you this?
My female dog has given birth. Are you interested?
I can't. I'm sorry, y'all.
Lucas.
I don't know if this is the one or not. Let's see. This is This is Vlad TV, y'all. Let me speed it up. It's gonna have to be 1.5 times. It's only a minute and a half. This is Frank Lucas and his grandson. So I'm going to try to I want y'all to hear what Frank Lucas said about Diddy and Diddy's father. And I don't want it to come from, I can tell you, but I don't think it'll have the impact that it had. I don't think it'll impact you guys the way it did me unless y'all hear it from him. Good. I'm glad to see that you got it. Yeah, I got Peter Deegan. I don't know if it's a 2 E's, if it's Deegan or Deg. I don't know, but it gives me a starting point because we gonna find out if them names is real or fictitious and attached to a PI or not. That's why I was trying to have it there. That's all I was caring. I ain't trying to find out where they live. I ain't trying to get a marriage proposal or nothing like that, y'all. They ain't neither one of them my type. Smarmy is not my type. Okay, if this ain't the interview, I'll pull up what I can and read and explain. But those of you that know anything about, like the mob, old school, Frank Lucas, Loki Luciano, that time frame, and how they do things and how they operate, not intimidation, coercion, all that. That's the playbook. And is that honestly not the playbook that we've been hearing about and seeing since this story really broke? I mean, even the whispers that were going on in the industry prior to the raids and Cassie and everything else. And, people can say what they want to. I've heard, well, Cassie cheated on him. He paid for her trainer and she left him for that trainer. Bruh, listen, Lindas and Leonards, please, if you don't hear nothing else that I say during this broadcast or any other, please hear me when I say this. Good for her. Good for Cassie. She should have left him. She should have cheated on him. There's, at the very basic level, anyone that's a survivor, anyone that's close to anyone that is a survivor of DV, the first thing that you need to do is congratulate them from getting out of that situation. The second thing you need to do is stop judging and shut your damn mouth. If you've not walked in them shoes and if you've not lived it, then you don't have a right to talk about it. And some people might disagree with me, but that is coming from someone that did. I wanted to get out. I wanted to leave so long before I did. It took me 6.5, 7 months longer than I wish it had, and then it should have, in my personal opinion, about my damn self. Let me say that. I have no right to judge anybody's situation but my own, and I will judge my own. I think I have the right to judge my own situation. That being said, as well, intimidation and coercion and fear and control. That's what these kind of guys operate under. Period. And I'm not talking about the mob, the left, the push your nose to the left people. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the people that create survivors, the victimizer. They're usually very calculating. I would even venture to say that they're cold, calculating, manipulative, and controlling. Just like I personally believe that a lot of the accusations against Diddy are true, in my opinion. I don't think the majority of the allegations are motivated for the reasons that the general public feels they are. I think they're motivated, one, for that power. It's all just like anybody who is an abuser. It's about power. It's about control. More than a depraved sex, UAL, LUST for something or someone. More than it's about the person being straight, bi, or, whichever part of the rainbow community they might want to identify with. I don't think it's about that. I think it's about that thrill, that adrenaline rush of being able to make someone do something you know is against their wishes, moral code, religious beliefs. It's about knowing that you have that much power over another individual. That's what it's about. And then the next level, in my personal opinion, is you have evidence of those acts to use as a bargaining chip later. Or the person may mysteriously come up with some kind of weirdo illness that makes no sense, like pneumonia, for someone that's like what, 35 to 45 range, and with plenty of money to be able to treat pneumonia. Like, how? Look, here's my question about Kim Porter. Let's say everything's on the up and up. Why did her family not go after that doctor and nursing staff that had been up there treating her for nearly a week or so and giving her vitamin drips and shit? The woman wasn't eating, she wasn't drinking, she obviously wasn't breathing right. If she died from low-bar pneumonia, there had to be at least a wheeze happening somewhere. And you a licensed physician? Either you fudged and you didn't go yourself and sent somebody, or you didn't do your job. And I don't understand. Just like the kids, they suing the old Courtney guy now, right? Well, here's my issue. Why are y'all suing him for the book and the flash drive and all the money that he's currently already made and any that he will make in the future? How the hell he made any money, and how does he have a flash drive or any records for a book that last week y'all said didn't exist? Which one is it? Does it exist and you want the money to give to Diddy? And Quincy, I'm sorry, and this is my opinion as a mama. I ain't never been a son. I can't be one. But let me ask you something, buddy. Blood is blood. And yeah, sometimes blood ain't thicker than water. But, and I'm saying this, that needs to be said. You might not believe that man had anything to do with your mother's unaliving, and you might have a problem. And this is a mother to a son, a male son. I'm speaking not as a YouTube creator. I'm speaking as a mother, and as a mother that's lost a child. And I'm speaking out to you, Quincy. Somebody I hope will hear this, and you'll hear this. I'm pleading to you, because I think it's that important that I take a chance on getting struck down and possibly losing any portion of ability I have to make a dollar to support myself and feed myself. It's that important to me, because I would want somebody to say it to my child. I do feel that at some point that yes, you have been manipulated and controlled. But at what point do people stop making excuses for you, youngin? You're over the age of 30. You're a grown-ass man. And you have every right to feel however you feel about your father. But I don't think you know the whole story, young man. I don't think you know the whole story. I think your mama loved you too much to tell you the whole story. But my question is, where's this fight and this loyalty from you and your brothers and your sisters? Because no matter who the daddy is of you, every one of you's mama is Miss Kim Porter. Where was that fight when he was treating your mama like crap? Whether y'all seen him put your hands on her or not, you can't tell me that they didn't argue and that you didn't see or hear things. You can't tell me that when your mama was there with him and Cassie was downstairs and he was flipping and flirting between the two, and then flipping and flirting between her and J-Lo, that y'all didn't see that and think it was wrong the way your mama was treated. And you damn sure can't tell me that neither one of y'all's grown asses didn't see your mama sit there crying over that man. Which one of y'all had your mamas back then? And it's a shame that you willing to defend a man that don't share your blood more than you's willing to defend your mama to the public. And understand what I'm saying to the public. You were grown then too, buddy. You was old enough to vote. You was old enough to smoke, drink, and die for your country when she left this earth. Those that don't learn from the mistakes of their predecessors and their previous generation are doomed to repeat them. Understand what I'm saying, young man. If you don't learn from what you went through and what your mama went through and what happened to you and how you felt, you are doomed to repeat that for the generation following you. Don't you want a better life for your sisters? I know your mama would for those twins and that baby, even though that's not your mother's child. That's your father. Well, that's still, well, technically she's not your blood at all, baby. But, and your brother Justin, you and him share the same mama, but y'all can't convince me that Diddy's his daddy. He'll look a thing like him. And every one of y'all look just like what? Every one of those kids look just like their daddies. In my opinion, allegedly. Who does Quincy look like? Albie Shore. Sure enough. Who does Christian Combs look like? Diddy before the surgery and the teeth fixing. Who does Justin Combs look like? Wolf, the ex-bodyguard. If you don't believe me, go check it out. Who do the twins, the girls, look like? They do look a lot. Oh my God. They look so much like their mama. Oh my God, y'all. The two twin girls and that oldest girl look so much like Kim Porter, but they also look like Christian Combs or P. Diddy, however y'all want to say it. And the newest little baby Love, the one that was sitting on the table singing and clapping her hands. And that baby don't know no better, and nobody should say a word against that child and leave her alone. Her mama know better. Her mama know better. These adults in the situation know better, but these children don't. They don't. And they're between a rock and a hard place, and I fully understand that. And you can support your stepfather, father, adopted daddy, whatever y'all call him. You can fully support him without dragging your mama's legacy and past, without diminishing her as a woman and as a survivor. That had to be one of the strongest women out there. And she got out and she went back, y'all. And those of us that are survivors, we know that's how it goes down. Usually the first time that you leave is not the last time. My warden, as I called him, he was good at the threats. He told me, I know where your mother lives. I know where your children live. Y'all think I didn't know what he meant by that? You don't think that Cassie, Kim, Sarah, and a few others heard the same thing? How many times have we heard somebody and talked about a situation in our past or whatever and said, he don't want you, but he don't want nobody else to have you? I feel like that. P. Diddy remind me of somebody I used to call P. Diddy that I was with on and off for 10 years. Once you were dated him, with him, relationship with him, whatever, you were always his. And I mean that. Prime example, I'm with someone else. He and I have been split up for 2.5 years. I haven't even talked to him, smoke signaled him 2.5 years. We're sitting in there watching the Carolina basketball game. Carolina Tar Heels. It was right before March Madness. It was the ACC tournament going on. And the person I'm with gets a phone call. Next Be good girl. Be mommy's good girl. Be the good girl. No, be good girl. Good girl, be quiet. Mommy is on the phone. Be quiet. Mommy gonna call little man. You wanna see little man? You wanna see little man? Well then be quiet. Lord, she gonna talk. Okay, anyway, my point before I was so rudely interrupted. And I forgot what I was saying. My point is, I know a lot of us out here in the public, myself included, are being judgmental, especially of the grown children. And at some point, you kind of got to be honest and practice not tough love necessarily, but real love, reality. Because there's younger children involved and there's examples to be set by the older children. And if you're so worried about your mama's legacy and that book and everything that's said in it and how it looks on your mama, why wasn't you that worried about your mama getting her ass beat? That's my question. And I stop. I say that because my question is, if, and I'm not negating, I'm not saying you didn't care about your mama like that. That's not my point. My question, though, and my hypothesis is, if you did support your mother and care about your mother and on your mama's side like that back then, how can you still support and defend a man that's not even your blood relative, that made your mama hurt that bad, that allegedly broke her arm, blacked her eye, broke her nose, allegedly? How can you support him knowing that your mama was done that way and hurt, even if it's just emotionally? That's what mothers and survivors and victims alike don't understand, Quincy. True story. My opinion is, even the oldest of the boys to the youngest of the girls ain't known nothing but Diddy dollars since day one that they can recall. And I think Justin found out recently, though, that ship sailed. I believe his car got repoed because Diddy didn't make that payment. Okay, I'm going to mute and I'm going to speed this up. There's only the clip and the part that I want to play for you guys that Frank Lucas talks about is less than a minute. So hopefully it's on there. This is for informational purposes, transformative in nature, under the Fair Use Act. I repeat, am not going to play much of it, and I do have commentary. I just want you guys to understand, if you've never seen this, the formative years of Diddy, like from around 18 to 20 months, all the way up to 6 years, and the history and everything that he learned that men do and where and how he learned it. Okay, I'm going to mute and play. Please don't forget to commentate. It says on my end, 6 other people in here besides me, and me and Miss True Crime is all this a talking. I hope I ain't putting people to sleep. I'm going to jump up and start hollering so y'all wake up. No, just kidding. Okay, here we go.
I'm calling with good friends. We were good friends. We did a lot of business together. Of course, it was not a legal business, but we did a lot of business together. And I was sorry to see what happened to him. That shocked the hell out of me.
I believe the he's talking about right now is Melvin Combs, the father of Sean P. Diddy Combs. That was one of his main associates. If y'all saw the movie American Gangster, the dude that set up Frank Lucas and caused him to get shot at, and then himself got unalived in the movie, that was like the right-hand man to Lucas, that's Melvin, P. Diddy's daddy. Back to the video.
And the guy who did it, I'm glad he got what he got. Okay, so.
And I know Melvin used to come to your club, the turntable a lot.
Yes, he did. He come there all the time. Melvin was like a lady man. He come there all the time. He come to my club all the time. Yes, he did.
Can you say the name of your club?
The Lord Price Turntable, 52nd and Broadway. I met Sean Combs. I met him when he was a little boy. He used to come over to my house. His dad used to bring over my house. He used to come see me on various businesses. And he used to
I'm trying to adjust the speed and rewind a little bit. This is the part that I really want you guys to pay attention to and hear. This is where he talks about that they came to his house and how long he's known Diddy. I honestly think it's only like 20 seconds long. So, hopefully I won't get smashed for it, but here we go. I'm going to slow it down so it's playing because he jumbles his words together. But if we listen, I think it's very interesting.
I met him when he was a little boy. He used to come over to my house. His dad used to bring him over my house. He used to come see me on various businesses, and he used to bring him over my house from time to time. But I met Sean about a year ago. It's been a little bit than a year ago. He heard I know the father. He wanted me to tell him about his father, so I come over and I told him something about his father. But I didn't give him the whole story because it impressed me. He just asked me casual, and I told him casual, but if it impressed me, I would have told him the whole story.
About his dad?
Yeah, well, all I know, but I didn't do that because it didn't impress me. You know, if you act like you really want to know, you act like it was just another thing, so I had to go.
Right, and you knew him as Sean Combs, not as Puffy or P. Diddy, right?
No, I know him as Melvin's son. I didn't know his name. I know Melvin's son. I didn't know his name.
Now, again, what I was saying and the relevance of that clip is he used to come over there, and this is a different interview than the one I saw. The one I saw, Frank was about 20 years younger. And what he said was that until he got of school age, he would be over there every day from 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning till 2 or 3 in the afternoon, playing in the living room or the foyer, not the foyer, the dining room area, while him and Melvin did business. Now, Melvin allegedly was a snitch. He was the original Lil Woody and the setup king because he wanted a bigger piece of the pie, allegedly, in my opinion, based on everything that I've read and observed. And allegedly was unalived by that whole crew. But even after that, as you heard, Diddy connected with Frank and several of the associates to get information about his dad. And if you look at a lot of the business moves and the way that he operates and the way that the accusers are saying that everything occurred. Doesn't it sound kind of like Goodfellas? In my opinion, I want you guys' opinions and thoughts. Please drop it in the chat. Drop it in the comment section if you're part of the replay crew. Let me know what you think. Because tonight's not about my thoughts and my ideas specifically or necessarily, but about you guys too. I want to know how y'all feel and what y'all think about it. I am going to take about 30 seconds and slap me together a bologna sandwich so I can take my medicine and not get sick on y'all, but I'm going to have a video playing at that time. So never fear. I already have it queued up. This is the reaction video to the Lionel B thing. And those of you that have joined since I was going over it, I want to make sure I put the link, by the way, for this and the other videos. But let me grab the share and copy the link right quick. Okay. This is a reaction channel in which they did say they were going to strike any and everybody that used it without permission. Reaction channel. But I know that one creator, and I can see his face, and I can see the thumbnail and everything, and I can't think of his name, who is a friend, Pascal, who is a friend, allegedly, to Lionel B, was allowed to use it. This doesn't have a lot of that content in this video that I'm going to upload and show. It more or less shows like little clips of her words and then what it correlates to in the timeline of the movie. And y'all, I was sitting here flabbergasted. Like, this individual must think we're idiots wrapped in morons, or that we just are dumber than a sack of shit and rocks put together, and we deserve coal from Santa on Christmas. Dead ass. I don't know how else to put it. It kind of pisses me off. One, my kindness is taken as a weakness, and you're assuming I'm dumb as hell. And two, how dare you? The mendacity of it all. For real. There are true victims out there of this man that now will sit at home and suffer and possibly succumb to their pain because you have made it even more difficult for them to come forward now without being questioned and put under a microscope and ostracized. And as a survivor, it pisses me off. And in my opinion, allegedly or not, if you're lying, as it seems, and y'all are making up these stories to make a quick buck, shame on you. God don't like ugly, and my Father will take care of you. And my Father who art in heaven will take care of you. Let me clarify that too. It's a shame. I'm going to start this video as soon as I drop these links. Hold on. I'm editing my description right now. The link to Samaritan's Purse will be at the top to anybody that would like to help support the effort for all the victims from Florida all the way up to Indiana, Ohio, and every state there in between that was affected by Milton, Helene. If one child or adult is helped by me posting that link to have a Christmas or a roof over their head and a warm bed and a hot shower, then I'll sit here and do a marathon of posting information day and night. It is truly heartbreaking and sad And we have been abandoned by our government from day one, and people can get mad at me for saying it. You could take my channel away, you could take my platform, you could take everything, but you can't take the truth. A week before Halloween, the FE to the M to the A finally showed up in my town and set up shop right off of Interstate 40, and 24 hours later was ghost. And if you don't think that our voters spoke out about their feelings and thoughts about how they were treated, look at every one of the states that was affected by one of those two natural disasters and how they voted. The entire state. I ain't never seen so much red up the southeast in my lifetime. And I am about to turn 53 years old. Let that sink in for a moment. I have never felt more in my life. Scared more in my life over politics in this country than I do right now. Okay, trying to breathe and calm down. Okay, I see. Okay, Samaritan's Purse. Okay. So yeah, Samaritan's Purse, and anybody that's interested in certain items that are needed in the area, I have added some things to my Amazon wish list. Yes, if you'd like to purchase them from me, I'd be ever so grateful. The water purification tablets, the life straw, the hand crate solar radio thing that's like $14, all would be extremely appreciated, because I didn't boil my water to make coffee the other day. And I made it with the K-Cup coffee maker. Sugar was in it. Go to put my creamer in my coffee, and it clambered up like a way I'd never seen powdered cream do. And when I went to stir it, I had to end up pulling it out. And it was a paste, like not toothpaste paste, almost like that drywall speckling type paste that when you tried to cover like a small hole or a nail hole or whatever with in drywall. And needless to say, I didn't drink that coffee. But without boiling water for 3 to 5 minutes, it's still not safe to drink. That's just the bottom line here. Okay. So, let me scroll down. I don't think that's right. Why has it got WhatsApp in it though? Okay. See, TikTok.com/. I don't know why it's got WhatsApp on it. That's weird. Okay. Anyway, sorry y'all. Alright, let me post this link. Okay. What the heck? Man, YouTube has been bugging all day. I'm gonna have to check out when I get a chance here in just a moment. Ah, okay, enter. Okay, alright, save. Alright, sorry y'all. I'm old and slow, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna mute, and I got this video queued up. We're gonna share it, and I will be stopping for commentary. I want to know what y'all think too in the comment section in the chat, please, 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 please. While this video is playing, I want to know what y'all think. Am I crazy, or what is possible? Let's see. Okay. I'm waiting while it's coming up on the screen. There's comments that you guys will be able to look at. I want y'all to look at the comments, and I'll be right back. I just got to run potty real quick. Like, everybody take a 45 to 60-second potty break, and I'll be right back, and we get into the meat now. Okay, sorry about that. I hope you guys can hear me. I hope somebody's still here and I didn't lose everybody. Potty break is over. I got my glasses so I could read the comments and a couple of them. While I was gone, did y'all get to read any and see any that kind of stuck out to you guys as something or anything? I wanted to see, before I played this, the running theme to find out how bad I was going to get attacked after I play this and say what's on my mind. Let's see. I guess you didn't hear the rumor report that this movie was allegedly based on, oh Lord, perhaps instead of this, see, this is what I'm talking about. Perhaps instead of discrediting her, see the possibility the movie was a mockery of something that actually happened or will happen. They do that with movies, TV shows, and music too. I do agree with that, but oh, yes, the movie's a total mockery. They knew her story was going to see, and I think that's what people are missing in these comments that I'm reading. I do not think she's lying. The movie was probably damage control, blah, blah, blah. They put it out because it's her life story. And everybody's saying it's the movie. Here's my thing. This lady says, in trust, she is not lying. Adria English said the same thing. Adria English had already talked to her. This is, oh my God. Same thing. Shame on you for spreading lies. Has anyone ever thought of the possibility that this may be a ritual that has happened multiple times? You is the one not paying attention or blowing all this out of proportion. Okay, here's the problem. The problem is the pictures that the lady is claiming are her are unequivocally not her. They're not of somebody that is 11 to 14 years old. None of the pictures are. That's number one. Number two, the Bill Cosby story, just like I told you guys, when you do the timeline of how old she is today and how old she says she was at the time that things occurred, that's where the problem comes from me. To me, it's not about emotion and she's lying or she's telling the truth and whatnot. Yes, this video and what this guy says in it substantiates and backs up what I was feeling and thinking as a survivor. And what other people need to understand is I'm not judging a potential victim. I'm not slandering. I'm not calling her necessarily a liar. I think she's being used and manipulated. I think there's money at the root of what's going on. And I think that both of these ladies, even if they don't know it, are being used on Diddy's behalf. See, this is what everybody in the comment section that we're looking at this video is missing right now. Everything that this lady got up there and said that can be proven false based on dates, times, witnesses, is a problem, not just for her and her story, but for every single victim. Now, Cassie's video was edited. So what? He didn't throw the vase. He just threw the flowers out the vase. It was edited. She had a bag that had his cell phone and some of his clothes in it. And that's why he was chasing her. Okay, so you got to the elevator door. She was putting her shoes on, and you grabbed her and slammed her and you kicked her. What did they edit out? They edited it to make it look like you threw a vase with the flowers. Well, screw the vases and screw the flowers. Did they make it look like you were kicking her while she was down on the ground? Did they edit that part? Did they do that? Did you not run out of the bedroom or the hotel room holding a towel down the hallway and stop her from leaving? You didn't do that? You didn't sling her down on the ground and kick her? What part was edited? Because the only part I've heard statement from Diddy's camp, Sean Combs' camp, from my understanding, the only thing I've heard from his attorneys and his side that was edited was the angles to make it look like he threw the vases rather than just the contents of the vase. Yay, good for you. You threw flowers instead of a glass vase. After you drug a woman by the hood, flanked her down on the ground, held your towel in one hand while your pink striped socks dropped a bag on her. That's what we used to call it when you was in your Timberlands and stomping somebody. Timberlands is trees is weed. You get a bag of weed, drop it on the head. You know, street vernacular. My point is, so they edited, it's all AI? So why did you make an apology video? If it was edited and it's not true, why did you make that shitty video where you're high as hell, in my opinion, allegedly, while you're in the middle of saying everything but Cassie's name? That's my question. As a survivor. Just saying. Just wondering. Okay. Let's look at this video with open minds and open eyes, the same way that we're listening to every accuser. See, we can trust survivors and victims, and we can believe them without being foolish. You're going to get some stuff jumbled up and confused, especially if you've been rugged. But you're not going to say you don't have a police report and then 3 sentences later say you filed a police report but that Allie Carter has it. You're not going to say your grandma wouldn't let you go and then 3 days later you went to Puffy Camp. Do you understand? That's the problem. And I can't show you the whole video and point out all the contradictions. What I am going to do is I'm going to go back through all 3 parts of the video, and I'm going to write timestamps and verbatim quotes, and then I'm going to write timestamps and verbatim quotes that contradict. And I'm going to go over that in a video and upload it. Right now, we're going to look at this video. I've never seen the movie Blink Twice. You guys said y'all haven't either. So I thought we could watch this together so we could get a real idea of how close is her story to the plot of the movie. And let me say, yeah, they make movies about shit that happens all the time, but they don't make them that this daggum close to reality. You feel me? I mean, down to the color of the person's everything. You'll see what I mean. Everything. And I mean, like, you go from saying you're on a plane and you're doing this and you're scared for your life till you put snake venom in like 8 people's drinks that's there. How did you do that? How did you, that's a prisoner, that's been kidnapped and kept against your will and being beat, how did you get the snake venom? How did you get the person that's employed by him and doing to you to give you enough snake venom without anybody else seeing when you're being watched and you're under lock and key? How did you get that and get to be able to spike everybody else's drink with it? I'm just saying, there's certain questions I have And you know, I'm gonna give you more leeway than I would anybody else because I'm a survivor myself. But that doesn't mean I have to be an idiot. That's all I'm saying. So T. Jackson and Naomi Velez and Sandra Brown and everybody else that's commented on this video, thank you for being willing to trust a victim. I do. And I do believe that someone has traumatized this lady. Understand that. I believe that she is a victim. I believe she is a survivor. But I think that there has been some mental manipulation that she doesn't even realize, to where her trauma is being used against her in a sense. Okay. I want to see what the comments are below this one, if he answered her. He did not call her a liar. That's not what he said. And Noah's his brother. I agree with this comment. I believe he can say whatever he thinks and wants. It's up to people if they want to believe her story or not. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. Amen. And I also think it's not accusing someone of being a liar to call them out on inaccuracies. Those of us that are survivors know that trauma can skew your timeline and facts and jumble them up and confuse you. And a lot of times we don't speak out because we're afraid of being ostracized and not being believed. But on the flip side, when we also feel that someone is using what we lived through and either inflating or conflating for pity, sympathy, and financial gain, that's a problem from a survivor standpoint, because you're minimizing and mitigating my pain, my life, my struggle, my survivorship. And that is unacceptable. Period. All right, to the video. I just want us to look at this and together as a group discuss it, because I think it warrants that discussion. Don't you guys? I mean, I don't feel, I prayed on it. You can't blindly follow anyone. Not today and not tomorrow. I ain't looking good for it either. I don't think that kind of blind worship is going to help us in the future. Okay. Since somebody's commenting right now, I am going to mute and start the video. I'm also going to there we go. I'm going to take off the overlay with the comments to the left so that I can make what you see on the screen, the video itself, be larger. Okay, I'm going to mute and start the video now. And I will be pausing for commentary. Please comment and let me know what you guys think. Your opinions and your thoughts matter. That's the whole reason I'm here, is because I really do want others' opinions and thoughts. I didn't want to feel how I feel and think what I think. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all. This right here, this is genuinely disappointing, bro. And I already know that there are gonna be people in the comment section of today's video saying that I shouldn't even be making this video. But if you guys have been watching my channel for a while, then you know the only thing I try to do on this platform is expose the truth, and that is exactly. There are people who probably were at these freak-offs and were victims. There are people who were probably trapped at the hands of Diddy. And by her lying, she diminishes those stories. Now, this is not a video of me trying to point my finger and call her a liar, but I am going to be exposing some very interesting details in her story that just don't add up, y'all. And I genuinely feel like if she's lying about those details, she could be lying about the entire thing. Now, first and foremost, shout out to the Lionel B Show. He's been posting some very, very high content videos lately, and we've been reacting to them as well. He's had people like Adrian English, he's had people like Courtney Burgess, I believe his name is, come out and expose certain details about the Diddy story that can be used against him in court. Diddy is facing up to life in prison, y'all. This is not a case that should be taken lightly, nor is this anything that people should be lying about. Viral photos reveals identity and tells all. Now, if you guys aren't familiar with the pictures that he's talking about, it's these right here. The one that has been going viral of this girl
Okay, so this is the party and the picture where the young lady Misha, and you're going to see her from the neck up in a moment. This is one of the two pictures I'm talking about where she says it's her. This is one of the two pictures that could be her, because the other one I don't know. And there were more. This wasn't the only girl on the table, but she does say that it's her. This one I don't know, based on the pictures they've shown of her during that time frame that are actual pictures of this young lady. Maybe. I personally thought this was someone with more of Cassie's ethnic background in this picture. From what she said in the interview, her age was between 11 and 14 in this picture and in the other picture. Keep that in mind. Okay, I'm going to pause. I'm going to mute again, and I will pause for the other picture as well, because it's the one that's definitively different. These pictures have not been claimed by anybody previously. Like, nobody's come forward and said, that's me on that table. So, they weren't included in another lawsuit or anything. This is not one of those pictures.
girl laying down on the table full of fruit while people are eating off of her. And the other picture that has been circulating a lot.
Waiting on the TV to catch up with us. This is the D and G pictures I was talking about. The young lady with the t-shirt that says D and G sitting on his lap. And then the other two, one is her pointing at the PD in the studio, and the other one is another picture near there, which has got her arms up. The reason I keep focusing on these, in my opinion, and from my understanding from the lawsuit that was filed, that these pictures were included in, this young lady's background is Caucasian with blonde hair. You can almost see it in the one shot at the bottom right hand corner. Blue jean mini skirt, DG shirt, sitting on the lap. It's a white lady with blonde hair, y'all. And according to the lawsuit filed by Douglas Wigmore, the same attorney that represented Cassie, this young lady in these pictures was supposed to be 17 years old, picked up by Andre Harrell, allegedly, in a bar or in a movie theater or something. I can't remember. A club, whatever. She was picked up by Andre Harrell, put on a plane, went to the PD studios. I think at the time she was supposed to be living in Michigan, I believe, or something, and now lives in Canada, if I'm not mistaken. But I know Douglas Wigdor, the same. She had the same attorney and still does. It's Cassie. She filed as a Jane Doe. She was 17 at the time this occurred. And the third assailant hasn't been identified. This is the lady that the judge made reveal her identity. And I'll have to look it up. It's like Jaylene or Janine or something like that. I still don't know. Everybody thought she was Tierra Marie based on what was said in the lawsuit. I knew it wasn't Tierra Marie by looking at the pictures. Again, wrong skin tone. That being said, Wigdor hasn't dropped this client. The lady that's claiming these pictures now in the interview said she does not, nor has she had an attorney, period, representing her in this case. That all the attorneys she spoke to turned her down, won't take her case, and told her she needs to quit talking and quit doing the interviews because she's ruining her case. She said that in the interview. I think it was in part 2. She also said in part 1 that in the D&G shirt sitting on his lap in the studio, that's her. And I swear she said she was 14 or 12. I can't remember which of the two. Either way, this pictures came out with the lawsuit that was filed by Jane Doe through Douglas Wigmore. He is still representing that client. Her name was put out only hours before the judge was going to dismiss the suit. Did they decide to reveal her name? And she's some big socialite, like, parents own a furniture store or some crap. Not a well-known Hollywood person. But that's why she wanted to be a Jane Doe, was because she had a recognizable name, and her name being out there could hurt her career. And that's why people thought it was Tierra Marie. From everything that we've heard from the Misha lady, what career does she have to be hurt? I mean, I'm not trying to down nobody by any means on that one. Please don't take it that way. I'm just saying things aren't lining up. You don't have a lawyer. You've never had a lawyer. But the lady that filed the suit that included these pictures in the lawsuit has the same lawyer that Cassie had. There has been no paperwork filed to remove him from that case. The judge gave them till X amount of time to decide, did you want your case dismissed and have to refile? Or did you want to reveal your Jane Doe name? At the 11th hour, as they say, the Jane Doe revealed her name. I can't believe it didn't make more headlines. I'll Google it right now while we're talking. Hold on. Who was the Jane Doe that was recently revealed in the Sean Diddy Combs lawsuits? Told you, November 13th. I'm pulling the article up. Just give me a second. It's all hip hop. Jane Doe reveals herself in Diddy case. Hold on. Let me show y'all. Better than I can tell you, probably. Oh, Lord. Lil Uzi Vert stole the puppy. Okay. A New York judge forced a woman who accused Diddy of grape to reveal her identity if she wanted to pursue the against him. A Tennessee woman previously identified as Jane Doe disclosed her name in an SA lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs, according to court documents obtained by All Hip Hop. The alleged victim's name, Candace McCrary. And Candace McCrary. Let me write that down while we're talking. And I'll keep revealing. Let's see. Hold on, because we're going to look her up. Jane Doe equals, I'm trying to spell it right, Candace, Candice McCrary. Oh no, what are you doing? Oh, okay, hold on. It's trying to play videos and all kinds of crud while I'm trying to read y'all this article. I'm sorry. It's loading pictures. It's trying to fight me worse than Jake Paul did to Mike Tyson, which is nothing. Still mad about that fight, y'all. I stayed up for that. Candace McCrary. MCCR. Tennessee. Okay. All right. And here we go. So, Judge Mary Kay, and I can't pronounce Biscali, refused to allow McCrary to sue Diddy anonymously. McCrary refiled her lawsuit under her name on Tuesday, November 12th, because she only had until Wednesday, November 3rd. McCrary accused Diddy of raping her after inviting her and a friend to an exclusive party at his hotel in 2004. The alleged victim was 17 years old at the time. Upon arriving at the hotel suite, Ms. McCrary noticed there were a dozen people there having drinks and listening to music in a relaxed party environment, her lawyers wrote. By the way, did y'all hear that? Lawyers. So just so y'all know, the only Jane Doe Henry both been killed, blah, blah. The only Jane Doe that filed had to give her name. And I'm trying to see if they got the pictures included in this article. It's still loading some of them. So I'm just trying to see if they have the D&G pictures. Let's see. If not, let's do this. As my mama used to say, there's more than one way to skin a cat. So I want to talk to Tex one more thing before we get back to the video. Come on. For you. Okay. Who is Douglas Wigdor representing against Sean Diddy Combs that was 17 and wearing a Dolce & Gabbana t-shirt? Here we go. No. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. I may have to let it play while I look. I think this is it. I'm trying to see if it's got the pictures in here. Somewhere I've got a video. Who this is. Okay. I may have to. Yeah. Okay. Dependent sleep motion. Okay. Alright, let's see. Every time I put in, let's see. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and be playing the video and find that to pull it up. I'm going to find that actual copy of that lawsuit with the pictures. I think that's the best thing I can do. Okay, I'm going to mute and play.
Lot is this picture right here where we have what seems to be a teenager sitting at P. Diddy's crib, studio, whatever this is, and sitting on his lap. Okay, now the woman of this interview is claiming to be the person in these pictures. Now we can clearly see that in both pictures, no faces are shown. There is no evidence to confirm that this is truly her. If you guys noticed, I watched majority of the video. The entire video was like every other Diddy story that we heard about. She talks about meeting a music producer or music executive, and this guy telling her that he can put her in contact with Diddy and how he wants to fly her out so that he can have her involved with the flavor camp for 48 hours. The story that aligns with every other story that we've heard on the internet is how she begins this video, and it is very, very compelling. I watched 17 minutes of the video up until this point right here, and we're about to hop into it. But understand that in the beginning of the video, she talks about being put on a private jet, sent here, sent there. She talks about being under the influence and having older white men, the Weinstein type of men, Epstein type of men, take advantage of her. But then it gets interesting when the Lionel B from the Lionel B show brings up Bill Cosby. So he asks, was Bill Cosby at this event where Diddy had you, under the influence of whatever he had you on? Was Bill Cosby there? And this is her response, and I want you guys to pay attention very, very carefully, huh?
I never came forward to his case or whatever, but he had Jane Doe's, but that opened up all the old stuff that he been doing, but I never came forward in that because my grandmother never took me, she never reported me missing, and she never took me to do a police report. And as I'm calling, getting help from these lawyers, it's like nobody can help me. And like I need help with a lawyer. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like I know that's me. Like I can provide pictures, not the picture that they have, because they have the original. The police had the original copy of that picture of me. You know what I'm saying? They had the original copy of that picture of me. I don't have.
So this woman is clearly claiming to be her. She doesn't have the original photos, okay? And that's not a problem. I'm not saying she should. All I'm saying is she's claiming to be her. We're establishing that point in which this woman is claiming to be that individual on the table.
I have no picture. I got pictures of how I looked at that time.
This is her.
That like you.
This is an actual picture of her.
You can see my shoulder, and I'm still got the same frame, but I don't have those pictures anymore. I remember he did what he did to me, and then when it was time for Jennifer Lopez, she was there with a guy, and he was sitting there.
This is her.
That like you.
This is an actual picture of her. Let's
continue. See my shoulder, and I'm.
Okay, real opinion time. Does this picture of this young lady look anything like the young lady sitting on Sean Diddy Combs' lap in that studio? Let's be real. I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything. Now, in my opinion, could she be the lady laid out on that table with the fruit? Abso-freaking-lutely. Absolutely. Does she look like she's 11, 12, 13, 14 years old in this picture? Maybe. I don't know. They all look more grown up than they should, in my opinion, nowadays. But in my opinion, also, again, the lady sitting on his lap in that studio was supposed to be 17, according to the original lawsuit that came out. And I'm going to find it. If I have to go back and pull up somebody's old YouTube. I know BJ Investigates at it. I know Mims make it make sense, add it up, and we're gonna put it out there tonight. And because I'm gonna show you guys. I'm not trying to downgrade anybody. I'm not trying to mitigate anyone's pain at all. But I think it's a slap in the face. Sorry, you guys, it's cold and I'm trying to get some heat on because I'm freezing. I've got one heater to use, and I'm trying my best. The two that I got last year, my favorite one, the smaller one, that the ceramic heater that rotated and had a blower on it, quit working. I mean, it just quit. Of course. And it wasn't cheap. It was like $80. The radiator heaters were less expensive. But anyway, I digress. My point is, it hurts other victims. It hurts other survivors to have fault. And I think maybe the lady's just confused. You know, if you'd been rugged that long and went through all that, I'm sure you would be confused as well. And please understand that. But I'm emphatically stating I don't believe for an instant that this lady in this picture is the same lady that's sitting on Diddy's lap in the studio. That's all. That is it. The beginning, middle, and end. Okay. Back to the video while I'm looking up that lawsuit.
I'm still got the same frame, but I don't have those pictures anymore. I remember he did what he did to me, and then when it was time for Jennifer Lopez, she was there with a guy, and he was standing there looking disgusted, but didn't nobody save me.
Listen carefully, y'all.
She stuck that I mean, after that, like, but my eyes were booked the whole time, and they put a blindfold on me. I remember them beating.
Now, in a recent Adrian English interview, she mentioned that Jennifer Lopez participated in inserting the end of a bottle, like the jagged edge of a glass, into a woman. And she mentioned that the woman that was the victim of that was the one in the picture sitting on Diddy's lap. Now, this woman is claiming to be the victim of that event with J-Lo. But let's continue.
Beating the fuck out of me.
Okay, you guys, just for shits, giggles, and clarity, you know I told you. Can I say I told you so? I told you so. I have the lawsuit that was filed in May of 2024 that included those pictures that I will pull back up and refer to. Matter of fact, I'll do it in a minute. I'll screenshot so we can do a side-by-side real quick or whatever. I have the actual CBS report on that lawsuit, detailing everything. So I want everyone's attention during her recounting of this right now, to the part where she talks about the studio and sitting on Diddy's lap, and the bathroom, and the can and the rack smoking and all that. Please, so that you know that I'm not trying to malign anyone, but I am pointing out facts that are proven. And by the way, you see them pink ribbons behind her? I have a blue one and a pink one like those. They're long and they got baby rattles attached to the bottom, or pacifiers and stuff. So somebody has had one or two baby girls. Also, this, when Andrea English was talking, a lot of people seem to be confused. Her and this lady had been talking for a minute. This is the one that she was talking about, that at 11 years old was allegedly made to carry a baby. And thinks that the baby that Sarah, who was Tupac's girlfriend at one time and has a child by Diddy, she thinks that baby is hers and that Sarah never had a child. Okay? Just for context and clarity. Y'all, please make some comments. I'm thinking that something is wrong. And also, it helps in the algorithm tremendously. Um, without comments in the comment section from replay crew and live crew, without hitting that thumbs up and everything else, I don't, the video doesn't get out. It doesn't get watched. I think I may just do this about Diddy, and I may come back with the Liam Payne because I want to be able to edit, and I'm at 3.5 hours. Okay, mute, and let's get this party started.
I remember them all behind me. I remember I remember them all being mad at me because I put snake venom in everybody's drinks and shit, because everybody acting like they couldn't remember when this witchy lady, she gave me she was in a red room and the room had mirrors everywhere, and it was a yellow snake in the damn sink. She gave me the venom, and whatever she gave me, it made me still be numb, but I
Okay, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is where she talks about snake venom and all that. And you're a captive. You're a prisoner. Where did you get snake venom from? Who is the witchy lady? Where did she come from in this whole picture? And how did you get to everybody's drinks to put snake venom in them? And I know I shouldn't be questioning a survivor this way. Y'all don't understand how bad this hurts me. But I'm pissed because I feel like you're screwing shit up for other people. I may or may not be privy to some information. Let's see, I'm going to sound like a lawyer for a moment. Upon information and belief, I may or may not have spoken to multiple other creators that over the past 3 months have in some way, shape, or form been approached by who they believe to be this or the Andrea English lady, asking for money to give their interviews and story. And the story may or may not have evolved and inflated over the past few months. Allegedly, in my opinion. Back to the video.
Let me pause you right there, bro. Let me pause you right there, bro. Please allow me. And this is where the exposing begins, y'all. She just mentioned that she remembers them beating her, hog tying her, doing all of these gruesome things to her, right?
She was in a red room and the room had mirrors. Because I remember them. I remember it was.
Listen.
I remember them all being mad at me because I put snake venom in everybody's.
They were all mad at her because they put snake venom in everybody's drinks. That's interesting. Where did you get the snake venom from? And this is when I started listening to the interview, and I'm like, hold on a second.
This witchy lady, she gave me
the witchy lady. So now she's talking about snake venom and witchy lady. The first thing I think, if you guys have not seen the movie Blink Twice, we're about to hop into it. I typed in Blink Twice Witch Lady. This is the first thing that pops up, y'all. First thing that pops up. Blink Twice Witch Lady with the yellow snake. Hold on, let me make this even more of a comparison for y'all.
She was in a red room and the room had mirrors everywhere, and it was a yellow snake in the damn sink.
She was in a red room. The room had mirrors everywhere, and there was a yellow snake in the sink. You mean this witch lady? You mean this witch lady from Blink Twice with the yellow snake? You mean this red room? You mean this red room? The room that's full of red? Now, if you guys haven't seen the actual movie, this woman right here was actually a victim. She was brought on a private plane with her and her best friend. She was brought with a bunch of other girls and a bunch of other people who were claimed to be celebrities in the movie. She drinks the snake venom, and she realizes that whenever she drinks the snake venom, she begins to remember everything that happened the night before. So what she does is she
I apologize, you guys. It's actually not responding as quickly as it should or the way I'm telling it to. I've had some YouTube issues since about 6 a.m. I wanted to comment, and I think I might have forgot what I was about to say. Shit. Oh, I don't know that he has seen all parts of the video interview with her, because when he talks about the lady in the movie saying that she was put on a private plane with other females and some celebrities and was flown there and doesn't know where she was. The story, and I don't know if it's part of the movie or not. I've not watched the movie and he doesn't address it in this video, just FYI. But the story she gave was she didn't even know what a private plane was. Okay. And that she talked about memory eraser, like them doing something that like erased parts of her memory where she couldn't remember who was there and what they did some of the time. And she was wide awake, but she couldn't move. She talked about getting rugged jelly beans and drinks on the private jet. She didn't know to call it that. She just knew it was an airplane. It was a personal airplane, basically. And that there were other, at first she was the only female. Then there were other females and other celebrities on the plane with her when she flew in. Kind of similar to what he just described. Like every single... Listen, here's the thing, you guys. You might convince me that Hollywood and these producers like rode along and were there, and that this is something that occurred multiple times over time in Hollywood. Like I'm ready to believe it. I'm ready to believe that it all happened. What I'm not ready to believe is that it all happened verbatim, line for line. Like, listen, let's keep it a band. This is Hollywood, not the police. And I say that for a reason. If they're going to make this movie and it's all about what happened, I honest to gosh believe they're going to change some details in the movie. Come on, y'all. Let's be real. You can't... The red room with mirrors wouldn't be a red room. It'd be a blue room with mirrors. The snake would be a black snake or a red snake or an anaconda or whatever. It wouldn't be a witch lady. It'd be a witch doctor or witch man or warlock. Little things that are not pivotal to the plot and to the movie would be different. Because otherwise, you're self-snitching. You're dry snitching. You've got a play-by-play handbook manual of all your criminal activity. Nobody's that freaking stupid and done it for this many years in Hollywood, in the music industry, in the entertainment industry, and got by with it, that writes a play-by-play down to how many people was there and what their names was and how many times they took a fart, a shit, and piss, and what they was wearing and what color the rooms was. Nobody's that damn stupid. Not in getting by with it all these years. Certain things, common sense, and I'm telling you, today's age... And I understand it, you guys, because nowadays, that if you want to know my opinion, you didn't ask, but you're here. My opinion, and something that Kamala and the Democratic Party forgot about, is common damn sense. A lot of people forgot about it. Common sense. We need to start employing it again. Common sense. Say it with me. Common damn sense, y'all. Common sense. Kamala, if every time you're asked, what's your platform? What are you running on? What are you going to do for your citizens? If all you can say is, I'm going to help out the middle class and I'm going to help out the small business owner, and Donald Trump did this, and Donald Trump and Donald Trump and Donald Trump, we ain't never had a problem getting that loud mouth to tell us what the hell he was going to do and what he thought or felt about something. I think that's something we can all agree, no matter who we wanted president and who we voted for. First of all, ain't nobody never had a problem getting him to talk about himself. Donald Trump loves Donald Trump. I think that's another thing we could all agree on. That being said, we didn't give a shit about what you thought he was going to do or had done. We want to know, who are you? What are you going to do? Like Janet Jackson said, what have you done for me lately? Not shit. You got sworn in when Joe Biden's ass got sworn in. You got sworn in. And to be real with you, we didn't see your ass again until it was campaign central time for you and JoJo. Please show me the news articles and videos that I missed where she was at Mount Sinai or St. Jude's with the cancer children, or at the border helping the children find their families. Anything where she can cut a ribbon for the opening of Wally World somewhere. That's the problem. And that's what all the people that's sitting here going, why? I can't believe y'all voted this person in and that person in. What you need to believe is your lack of effective campaigning, your lack of a qualified, effective, articulate candidate put you in the position that you are in. Stop splaining, stop crying, stop asking what's wrong with the American people, and look in the mirror and say, what's wrong with us? What's wrong with the Democratic Party? What do we need to do better so this don't never happen again? We didn't learn the first time, so we had to catch round two because we hard-headed. That's all. Back to the Diddy video. Sorry about my little stump. I got off on a tangent. Okay.
Red room? You mean this red room? The room that's full of red? Now, if you guys haven't seen the actual movie, this woman right here was actually a victim. She was brought on a private plane with her and her best friend. She was brought with a bunch of other girls and a bunch of other people who were claimed to be celebrities in the movie. She drinks the snake venom and she realizes that whenever she drinks the snake venom, she begins to remember everything that happened the night before. So what she does is she puts the snake venom in all of the girls' drinks so that they can all remember about the things that happened the night before. Now, if you guys have seen this part of the movie, all of the girls go in a rage and they're literally just beating up all of the men on the island for doing all of those horrific things to them every single night without them knowing, okay? Hogtied, tied up, blindfolded. Everything that the Diddy victim was explaining that happened to her are the exact things that happened in this movie. She's literally describing the plot of Blink Twice in this interview.
She gave me the venom, and whatever she gave me, it made me still be numb, but I whatever she gave me, it made me coherent. Like I was coherent to everything, but I still couldn't move. You know what I'm saying? And I put it in everything. And I remember Kris Jenner being mad about it, and I stabbed her in her left side of her shoulder, like right here. This is where I stabbed her.
So,
okay, and those of you that are in here right now, if y'all don't hear shit else that he points out in this interview and think that people are just being rude and disrespectful and judgy or whatever, I'm begging, I'm pleading with you, please listen and watch this part. You might think everything else is a coincidence. Everything else is modeled after this video, but come on, you guys. Down to the spot. The same, okay. Ain't no Hollywood movie made that close. They made the movie The Diary of Anne Frank. They made the Marilyn Monroe story. We've seen JFK's story. We've seen all these other stories that's out there that's the reality of what's happened that come out later or whatever. That being said, nothing was verbatim, step by step, line by line, exactly the same. It's kind of like we're playing which came first, the chicken or the egg. Which came first, her story or the movie? What do y'all think? Comment in the comment section. Comment in the chat right now. I'm going to mute and go back, but please, please pay attention to this and let me know what you think. I really want to know because I feel bad. I want people to understand that right now. I've been wrestling with this for 3-4 days now. I feel bad. I feel guilty because I distrust this lady. And I'm angry because if she's being dishonest and not true, as a survivor, I'm mad as hell. And these ain't crying tears like boo-hoo. These is I'm mad as hell. Like, mad. And as a survivor, I want to say, this is the worst thing you can do. This is worse than victimizing me all over again because you really are. If you're not being honest, you're stealing our story. You're stealing our truth. You're stealing our lives. You're stealing our recovery. And you're as bad as the person that victimized us. If not worse, in my opinion, as a survivor of SA, of TV, of mental fuckery. I've had guns to the temple. Nobody believe me? I'll show you my pictures. I'll load them up right now. You can still 9 days later see the imprint of the 38 revolver barrel over my eyebrow. Do not play with me right now. Do not. It's like you're making fun of my pain and everybody else who is a survivor's pain. If you're not being honest. God knows I have prayed on this, you guys. And my prayers said for me to speak my truth. We all should be able to freely speak our truth. But none of us should be able to malign an innocent party. And that's why this is hard. I want to go back to the video. I'm sorry.
Now she's saying that she remembers Kris Jenner being mad about it, and she put a knife into the left side of Kris Jenner's shoulder, right? I find that to be very interesting. Now, when she mentions Kris Jenner, this is the only woman in the movie that ends up getting into a fight with the main character. And guess what happens to this woman? Guess what happens to this woman? In the left shoulder, she gets a... Where did the Diddy victim say that she got
right there.
Right there.
And no, it's not allegedly. It really happened.
No, it's not allegedly. It really happened. My baby, you're describing the plot of a movie.
Happened. And I hope by me going live and me telling some stuff that it don't help him get off. You know what I'm saying? Because they saying like, I don't need to talk, but I don't have no lawyer. I don't have nobody to represent me. And if it was...
Two things real quick. Not only is she describing a plot of a movie, but as I understand it, this is like a blockbuster movie that, Birdhouse or whatever it was with Sandra Bullock, where she's blind on the water that I ain't seen. Before anybody comes after me, I've not watched it. I don't have Netflix. I can't afford it. As it is, my internet's due to be cut off any day, and this could be my last live stream at any moment. That being said, I want y'all to listen to what she says. I don't have a lawyer. I haven't been able to get one. I can't afford one. Not I had a lawyer and got dropped. I don't have a lawyer. And that's very important because I'm going to show you the documents that make me think that she's not being truthful. And it goes back to the pictures and her saying that's her in the Dolce & Gabbana t-shirt, in the blue jean mini dress, sitting on Diddy's lap at the studio. I have the proof already keyed up. As soon as we're done with this, I'm going to jump right in there and show you. I'm going to show you. And it's pissing me off. I'm mad as hell. And I think every survivor should be. Shame on you. And I do believe this lady's been through something, and maybe somehow in her mind, guys, you can be hypnotized. You can go through, there's unscrupulous therapists out there that have been known to plant ideas into people's brains. And people with money can make it happen. That's all I'm saying. I'm not in any way, shape, or form at this point accusing this lady of making this up on her own for gain. That's not what I'm saying at all. I think she's being used and manipulated. And I think they tried to use to manipulate Jaguar Wright. And I think she was too damn smart. That's my opinion. Back to the video. Listen to what she says, though, about an attorney, y'all.
And she put a knife into the left side of Kris Jenner's shoulder, right? I find that to be very interesting. Now, when she mentions Kris Jenner, this is the only woman in the movie that ends up getting into a fight with the main character. And guess what happens to this woman? Guess what happens to this woman? In the left shoulder, she gets a... Where did the Diddy victim say that she got
right there.
Right there.
And no, it's not allegedly. It really happened.
No, it's not allegedly. It really happened. My baby, you're describing the plot of a movie.
Happened. And I hope by me going live and me telling some stuff that it don't help him get off. You know what I'm saying? Because they saying, like, I don't need to talk, but I don't have no lawyer. I don't have nobody to represent me. And if it was for the money, I would have been and took the money.
All right.
I would have been and took the money.
That's all right. So speak your truth. Speak your truth.
He burned down his building to cover up all the evidence and some bodies.
By the way, you guys, the interviewer here is Lionel B. And he fine. I hope he's single. He fine. And I pray and hope that he's not been manipulated in this situation, and that he in good faith believes this story to be true. That's my prayer. Because he's fine. And he's one of my favorites out there. Just simply because, not just because of the way he looks, but his personality and attitude. And I just don't want it to be about money. Lionel B, please don't strike me. Please don't take me down. Please understand that I'm a survivor and that I'm really hurt by what I see happening, and I just want answers. And I kind of, part of me hopes he does see this, because I want to show him why that I'm worried for him. I'm worried about opening himself up to legal action because of allowing her to speak and the discrepancies that are there in her story based on the lawsuit that was filed under Jane Doe that's now been told that it was the McCrary lady. And that she has dates and ages wrong, just like the Bill Cosby part. He would have been incarcerated during the time that she's speaking about. I don't know that she's done that math to understand that. But Lionel B is, I've watched so many different interviews, not just about the Diddy subject, and videos that he's done. I'm a long time subscriber to his channel, and I know him to be kind and gracious and good-hearted and giving everybody a platform and a chance, and I don't want to see that get diminished or shut down in any way. And for once, there is strength in numbers. The one good thing about anybody clipping, cutting, showing portions of the video is the more people that do, the harder it is for him to take the brunt of that. When you stand on business of I'm the shop owner, nobody plays it without my permission type situation, which is totally up to you, and you have that right. But when that occurs in that fashion and it's exclusive only to you, you open yourself up to litigation, and that's what worries me. Because shout out Lionel B for real. I'm linking this video and the others in the description box as soon as this live is over, my dude. And I want you to know I'm a faithful, loyal supporter and subscriber, and I don't want to see anything bad happen to you at all. Not at all in any way, shape, or form. And I don't want, if this isn't true, I don't want you to go down as the YouTube creator that people accuse of taking a payoff for. I don't want you to take an L for being the most supportive male out there for survivors. I don't know the answer, but I know the questions, and at the end of the day, the only answer I know is I just want all my friends to be happy and be able to live their lives as who they are, not who they think that we want them to be. Because honestly, we just want all of our loved ones and friends to be happy. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my emotions in check. Okay. We'll let this play. You mean, sorry.
Some stuff that it don't help him get off. You know what I'm saying? Because they saying like, I don't need to talk, but I don't have no lawyer. I don't have nobody to represent me. And if it was for the money, I would have been and took the money.
All right.
I would have been and took the money.
That's all right, sis. Speak your truth. Speak your truth.
He burned down this building to cover up all the evidence, and some bodies.
He burnt down the building to cover up all the evidence. Let me just do a quick Google search. Blink twice. Burning building.
I think anybody listening to this would definitely at least have to give me the fact that there's so many things that line up exactly with this movie. And then the rest of the story is not covered by the movie that she tells has been told by other accusers. It's almost like a sponge that's absorbed it all and is putting it all out mixed together. Just saying. And it's scary.
Blink twice, burning building. Here it is. Here it is. All I have to do is a quick search. Let's continue. Let's continue to hear the live. Let's hear it.
Some more people that was there. Yeah, that's the building he caught talking about, because he ended up doing some shit. He slipped, fell, hit his head, and I ended up pulling him out. I wanted to leave him in there, but the power of God told me to do it. And then God told me to get him. And I wanted to let the nigga burn. I wanted to let the nigga die. I swear for God, I wanted to let him die.
What happens in the movie, y'all? What happens in the movie? Okay, blink twice. Let me just do a quick Google search really quick. Blink twice of victim dragging him out building. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so we see him. He hit his head. Clearly. Hit his head, right? I can't find the picture. I cannot find the picture. But if you guys have seen the movie, look it up. You can look it up. Just look up Blink Twice ending. She literally drags him. These two girls right here, main character and this girl right here, drag him. This is the man right here. The main character, the main bad guy, let's just say. They drag him out of the building. And she's literally describing the entire plot of Blink Twice. But let's continue. Let's continue.
I can't tell you. I wanted to let him die. I cannot make this up. Yes, I was young, and yes, I pulled out a grown man out of a burning place. You hear me? And I jotted for the woods, and I was lost in the woods. I died in the woods. God brought me back to life, and I just told God, just please kill me. I don't want to get away. I'm hungry. I was in the woods. I don't know how long I was in the woods until I made it to the barbed wire fish and beat me up. I was already beat up because before I made it to the woods, they beat the damn deal inside of me. The deal he made Roger Bonds go by. He told that man go by that deal. They beat that deal inside of me, and I don't know. I went to the highway.
Bro, this is disappointing. I'm not gonna lie, bro. This is disappointing. You could literally just watch the entire movie Blink Twice, come back and watch her interview, y'all. Watch the movie Blink Twice, come back and watch the interview, and you will see how everything that she is saying is literally word for word, verbatim of what's going on in this film, bro. Literally what's going on in this film. She talks about being heavily sedated. She talks about being under the influence most of the time that she was with these record executives and all this nonsense. That's exactly what happened in the movie. Every single day, they were given drinks, they were given a bunch of substances, and they were just always on 10, right? Always on cloud 9. That's exactly what she says happens in the beginning of the video. Then she continues into the video talking about the only way that she began to memorize things or remember what was going on was because she took the snake venom. The same snake venom that was in the movie. This was the same thing that was a cure to bring back the memory of everything that they experienced. She talks about the witch lady. How in the world is there a witch lady, bro? That's not to say that these demonic rituals don't exist. I'm pretty sure that these demonic rituals exist in Hollywood. We talk about that all of the time. I'm not saying that that's a lie. I'm just saying in her case, is it the truth? Is it really the truth? Because if it was the truth, it wouldn't have an exact correlation to everything in this movie Blink Twice, bro. And it's actually kind of scary how this woman came up with this entire story related directly to this film against Diddy, y'all. That to me is actually a terrible thing to do. The reason why, like I said in the beginning, bro, we don't want to diminish any other story that a victim has and comes out with, bro. That would be the opposite of what is trying to be done here. We want people to come out and expose the truth. We want people to speak about what they experienced with the diddler. We want people to expose everything that really happened. We don't want people to lie, y'all. We don't want people to talk about being in a red room with, you know what I'm saying? We don't want people to talk about being with the witch lady that had the yellow snake in the sink. She literally explained the entire plot of Blink Twice, bro. And that makes me think that the entire video from start to finish was a complete lie. In the beginning of the video, I didn't really understand it because she said that she was taken away from her mom and her grandma, and this man gave her a jelly bean so that she can go to sleep. She was put on a private jet, taken somewhere. She doesn't know where she was, and then she was being used by all of these older men, like I said, Epstein and Weinstein and all these weirdos type. But that's exactly what was going on here, bro. That's exactly what was going on here. This woman right here was a victim. I can't show that on YouTube. All of these men were the men who were doing things to them on a daily and nightly basis. The girls just couldn't remember because of whatever drug or whatever substance they were being given throughout the days. This woman, the Diddy victim, also talks about running into the woods. How hysterical is that? Guess what's happening right here? She is running into the woods. Everything that this woman mentioned throughout the entire interview was a direct correlation to this movie. Now, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I think y'all get the point, bro. I think y'all get the point. It's just honestly disappointing. It's honestly very disappointing to see. And notice how this wasn't even hard for me to uncover. And this is nothing against the Lionel B show. Like I said, he's been giving a lot of good content lately. He's been going crazy, and I respect that. But we also have to expose the truth. This is not me taking away from a victim story. Now, if she's telling me that that's what she experienced and that she was the main source of inspiration for that movie, then I'll understand that, right? If she was the main source of inspiration for the movie, if she's the one who told the details verbatim and the movie copied her, then I'll understand that. But I highly doubt it, yeah. I highly doubt it, bro. Highly doubt it. Now, the movie itself gives a very, very important message to what's going on to begin with. This is the reason why Diddy is going to jail to begin with. Because he's known for trafficking people, bringing them to his house, bringing them to his private islands, and doing these type of things. Maybe not how we see it in Blink Twice, but definitely putting people under the influence, definitely having multiple things going on or multiple men with one girl. Definitely these things have been exposed already. And that's exactly what he's going to jail for. But lying about it and using the plot of a movie in an interview where people are trying to hear your story and side with you is absolutely crazy, bro. That is absolutely crazy. That is crazy. This is not me saying Diddy is innocent, but we can't lie on the man, bro. Lying on the man is worse. Lying on the man is absolutely worse, bro. Now, I want you guys to let me know in the comments right now. If you made it up to this part of the video, I want you guys to let me know in the comments. Do you guys think that her story is true? You guys can go watch this entire video. You guys can go watch this entire video and let me know in the comments down below, is her story true? I genuinely don't think it is, bro. I genuinely think that she just took the plot of this movie and she came onto this interview because she wanted her couple seconds of fame. 376,000.
Okay. So sorry, I thought I was talking away, and apparently I wasn't. Restream keeps knocking me out. But anyway, I want to share this article and compare it to the pictures. Then I'm going to end this live stream and come back shortly hereafter. Let everybody get their coffee and eggs and bacon or whatever. It's 2:30. I'm going to take a nap, take the dog out and walk, see how much snow we've got. Pray. And come back. Before I do end this broadcast, though, we are going to talk real quick about, we're going to finish reading this article and compare it to the story that she just gave us, because this article details Cassie's lawyer's client, the Jane Doe that we were speaking of that she's saying she is, okay? And the age and everything that was filed about the person in that blue jean skirt sitting on Diddy's lap, and we heard in this interview that just occurred, she said emphatically, it's not a mistake, it's not a miscommunication. We're not going to blame the YouTuber, because Lionel B asked her. She said she's the sushi, as I call them, the sushi girl, because that was a big thing back in the late 80s, early 90s. I thought it was pretty sexist and everything, but I remember it being such a big popular thing that was going on at the time. I mean, they had agencies that were dedicated to sending to having models and other individuals that worked, in similar type occupations. You had to, of course, have a decent body, male and female. That's what they were doing. And I say sushi most of the time. I think the first time I ever saw it was on one of the Real Worlds. I'm trying to remember if it was the first one that had Tammy Roman on it. If y'all don't know, I don't know how to tell you. She ended up marrying Kenny Anderson, the NBA, the NBA star that came from UNC Chapel Hill originally. He was there around the time Michael Jordan days. He was a commentator for ESPN at one time. She was on Basketball Wives in the early days. Came back and did a stint till her health got pretty bad. She's about to be out in a movie. She had a TV show similar to Cheaters that she did for a minute. She recently remarried. Seems to be kind of quite happy. She got her cougar on with that one. Yeah, buddy. But and I say all that just to let you know I kind of have done a little research. This, as I told y'all earlier, this lawsuit that involves the Jane Doe in the Dolce & Gabbana outfit, this lawsuit came out and was filed May 11th of 2024. And y'all just give me a moment so I can make sure I got this video queued up at the right spot. I wish it would let me show two things at once. Okay. But I can at least play it and pause it as soon as it gets there. I'm trying to see. It just showed us the picture of her. Y'all can't see what I'm looking at now because I can't show you two windows. I hope I don't have to back up. I do want to know you guys' thoughts. I mean, I'm not trying to come across like a cold-hearted biatch that doesn't believe this young lady and is, wanting to disparage and discourage her or others from coming forward at all. I don't want, that's not at all. I hopefully can clarify and help, if that makes any sense to anybody. Discrepancies, misstatements, miscommunications, misunderstandings, none of those things help any of Diddy's victims. And I do believe that he has multiple victims. Do I also believe that he's willing to do whatever it takes to come home? Absolutely. Even if that means paying somebody to say that they're this person or that person to discredit others. Even if it means hurting even his own that care about him. I firmly believe that he'd throw anybody under the bus to save his soul. But I'm hearing he's having a lovely time in the pen, which is amazing because most that I've talked to that have served time in, inside the wall say that, and maybe they don't know about the kid part. Maybe they think consensual, say ST and stuff of adults. But most say that he's a high value, high priority target. Saying that you did something to him would be like a badge of honor inside. Dadgummit. I found every picture but the one I need. Of course, you guys, of course. Ain't that how it works? Okay, there's the sushi picture, and I thought it was after the sushi picture when they showed the Dolce & Gabbana one, but maybe it wasn't. Okay. Bingo, got it. Okay. Bear with me just a moment, you guys. Okay. So I got both pictures queued up to show y'all when we get to that point. And here we go with the news article. I don't think. I'm seeing if it'll actually let it play or if this is going to be a video. Okay. Y'all can see the video. I'm just waiting on. Here we go. All right.
The deadly airstrikes in Central Beirut, Lebanese civil defense.
Yeah, that's not. I don't understand why it's playing that when we're on this article, but okay. Welcome to my world. I was hoping that y'all wouldn't have to listen to my voice and me. Okay, so the title of the news article is Sean Diddy Combs asks judge to dismiss the SA lawsuit. And this article is May the 11th, 2024 at 8:39 a.m. Eastern Time. CBS News affiliate. Okay, so we're just going to read the article in its entirety, and I'm going to refer back at the end of this to the pictures that are being referred to in this article and let you guys tell me what you think. Hopefully I can coax somebody into making a comment. Anyway, getting the glasses on so I can make sure I don't mistake anything and letting it catch up. Okay. On Friday, Sean Diddy Combs on Friday asked a federal judge to, hold on y'all, I gotta clean my glasses. I cannot see jack crud. Asked a federal judge to dismiss a lawsuit alleging that he and two co-defendants raped a 17-year-old, you see it in underlining, girl in a New York recording studio in 2003. So I want to write that part down. Okay, let's see. D and G girl. All right, let's see. So that's grape of 17-year-old. And see, this is the thing. If somebody put this into this young lady's head, I want to clarify something because I don't know that I've been clear with this, and I'm really just kind of irked. My soul is irked. If somebody on purpose, through therapy, through suggestion, through whatever, coercion of whatever kind, promise of fame, fortune, money, whatever, somebody put this into this young lady's head for her to say, the least they could have done was researched it better than they have to give her better, to where she could have said she was 16 or 17 at the time, to where she'd have had her timeline and her facts and her dates and stuff straight, because she doesn't. And that's what's making her look like she's not telling the truth. Understand that. Because 2003 is 21 years ago. How old would this young lady have been then? Can we keep it 100? Because I can't remember. She's either 32 or 34, somewhere in that range. So let's be kind. Let's say she was 34, okay? Let's say she's 34 today. In 2003, that's 21 years ago. So that means she would have been 13, right? Which is what she said. So let's see something else. Hold on. I'm going to open another window that y'all can't see real quick, but I just want to see. Where was Bill Cosby in the year 2003? Because it's the same year. It's the same year that Bill Cosby, as I understand, it would have been 2-year time frame that she's talking about, right? So it would have been between 2002 to 2006. Let's see where he was at in those times. Just for shits and giggles. Yeah, September 4th. Rally at Fort. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to see where this was. Anybody know where Floyd Casey Stadium is? Wednesday, so he got out 2018. I would have never thought this would be this difficult. They were okay. November 6, 2003. Speak as part of University of Buffalo. Let's see. Let's do it. When was Bill Cosby arrested?
December 2015. According to Wikipedia, in December 2015, 3 Class 2 felony charges of aggravated indecent assault were filed against Cosby in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, based on allegations by Constant concerning incidents in January 2004. Cosby's first trial in June 2017 ended in a mistrial.
Okay. Let's see. So from 2015 to 2018, I thought it was before then. That's what I thought. February 1st, 2024. I thought it said 2004. See why old lady needs her glasses? Okay, let's go back to... Oh, come on. Slowly it's responding. Okay, let's go back to the video at hand. The article at hand. Let me write this down. Let's see. 17-year-old girl in Diddy's New York studio in 2003, because that's when, and the 2003 date that I got is from the date that's claimed in the lawsuit, and you're going to understand how that falls in to everything. Okay, I'm going to start reading it again now, and I apologize for taking the break from reading, but I just wanted to get it right. I want facts, not just my opinions and thoughts. I want to have facts. I want to have dates. I want to have times. I want to have, I would love to be able to prove this young lady's story true, by the way. I would love to be able to sit here and show you this article and show you all this stuff and say, listen, this supports everything she said, but the problem is it doesn't. That's the problem. Okay. So let me start reading again, okay? Sean Diddy Combs on Friday asked a federal judge to dismiss a lawsuit alleging that he and two co-defendants, one who is still not, and this is what I don't understand. How is the judge making the female accuser in an SEX assaulty case reveal her identity, but the identity of the third man is still being withheld in this case? How can they make the victim that's seeking justice, that I thought in cases like this, criminal cases especially like this, that they had the right to anonymity, whether it's male, female, or dog or cat or whatever. I thought they had the right to remain anonymous in SE and juvenile cases, which it is both of these. But anyway, I digress. Let's get back to the story and reading Rainbow, because when I get done with this, I'm going to go over the games so far and what progress I've made and what I found out. What I can definitely tell y'all what not to play. Okay. So, raped a 17-year-old girl in a New York recording studio, which is Diddy's house, in 2003, saying it was a false and hideous claim that was filed too late under the law. The legal move is the latest piece of pushback from the 54-year-old hip-hop mogul and his legal team after he was subjected to several similar lawsuits and a subsequent criminal trafficking investigation. I swear I just heard somebody outside my window. Oh, I'm about to panic. See, I thought when somebody was telling me something about this girl and it was a copy of a movie, for some reason I was thinking the movie Eyes Wide Shut. I don't know why. I've not seen it either, or the Blink Twice movie. That's why I had to look at someone else's review about it that's seen the movie, because I don't be watching stuff like that. I'm a scaredy cat. The last movies similar to that I ever watched was the Freddy Krueger and Jason series. And I'm talking like Halloween. Jason's Friday 13th, right? I watched the Halloweens, Michael Myers. Halloween 1, Halloween 2, Halloween 15, Jason versus Freddy. All that. Yes. We watched, I'll never forget, Blockbuster was still, okay, we had a Blockbuster and a Flick Video that battled each other. And we always got the movies on the 99-cent night. Me and my girlfriend, me and my homegirl, Vicky. Best friend, Vicky Stamey. Shout out to Vicky. We was best friends from the time we was like 12 until we was in our mid to late 20s. And then sadly, she didn't want to be my friend when I started dating a black man. Or the N word. Now she has a black grandchild. Or a mixed grandchild. Yeah. Isn't that ironic? Don't you think? Anyway. Yeah, I'll move on. Mr. Combs and his companies. Sorry, y'all. I've got what looks like a blood blister. Or a cyst that's a blood blister, and it's hot to the touch, and I'm not feeling well. I thought it was a boil, honestly, but nothing but blood comes out. Sorry, it was just in pain. I'm gonna have to go to the doctor. I just need a ride. I can't walk. I can't do it. Okay. Anyway, Mr. Combs and his companies categorically deny plaintiff's decades-old tale against them, which has caused incalculable damage to their reputations and business standing before any evidence has been presented. Says the filing, which also names Combs-owned corporations as defendants. Plaintiff cannot allege what day or time of year the alleged incident occurred, but miraculously remembers other salacious details, despite her alleged incapacitated condition. Again, defending the survivor/victim here. That's normal for survivors of a traumatic incident, especially when they've been rugged. That's why they rug them. So everything will seem discombobulated. So everything will seem hazy. So everything will seem fictitious, and it's easy to beat them in court. Keeping it 100. That's why I'm having such a hard time emotionally and mentally with this, and why I am so angry and upset and pissed. I'm not going to lie. And we're getting to it. I promise we're getting to the whole lawsuit part and what it alleges and how old everybody was. Once again, the girl who filed the lawsuit originally with the pictures that this lady that just did the interview on Lionel B in the lawsuit says that she was 17 years old when the rape took place with multiple individuals in New York at the studio, at Diddy's studio. Can two people have the same story in this situation? Abso-freaking-lutely they can. All the survivors have similar threads running throughout their stories. So that's, in my opinion, to be expected. If we got one that was way out there different, that would be a huge red flag, I think, given all the similarities and common themes running throughout. That being said, though, can't both people be the same woman? You understand what I'm saying? It can't be this 13 or 14-year-old girl that did the interview on Lionel B that says that she was somewhere between 12 and 14, depending on which answer she gives at the time that you want to go with, and be 17 at the same time. That's my issue, and that's my problem. Anyway, let's get back. The lawsuit was filed in December and amended in March by the woman who now lives in Canada. So does the lady that was being interviewed by Lionel B reside in Canada? I don't believe that's what she said in her interview any time. As I understood, she's still in the States. The lady that did the interview, not the one that's filing this filing. Okay, the lawsuit was filed in December and amended in March by the woman who now lives in Canada, whose name wasn't disclosed in the court filing. She said she was in the 11th grade. Now, see, I'm going to say this. This is where I think whoever gave her her story, and I do think that she believes her story. See, that's the thing. I think that there was some type of suggestion during a mental incapacitation. You know, there's medicines they can give people and implant memories, MK Ultra, truth serum, sodium pentothal, all that stuff. You can, depending on how open the person is to it, you can actually implant memories that were not there, that are false, that are not real. They can wipe your whole freaking brain and put what they want to down, just like laying the computer brain down. If you don't believe me, then you just need to research it. Don't take my word. Look it up. Use DuckDuckGo. Go to the dark web. Whatever you want to do. But look it up and verify what I'm saying. Okay. Whew. Now, what I was going to say is this is where they got, I think, wrong, because this is why I think she's saying that she was 11 years old in the pictures. They got 11th grade and the age screwed up when they put the story in her. Because that girl acts like she's been traumatized. And by God, if she's faking it all, then she gets the Oscar, in my opinion, because she's Actress of the Year. She comes across authentic. She comes across like she really has had trauma, whereas Miss English, not so much. And she doesn't come across catching our sympathy like this other girl does until she starts talking about hurting the babies. And then she lost all my sympathy at that point. I'm sorry. Not sorry, because she didn't seem like she's too upset about doing it. She seemed to me in her story, and by the time you get to part 3, you'll see what I mean, more upset at losing her quote-unquote boyfriend Diddy forever than any of the atrocities that happened. Just my opinion. Okay, but I do believe that this is why she says she was 11 or 12 years old at the time of the sushi pictures and this picture. Like one, she says she's 11 or 12. The other one, she says she's 14. And I think that's why is because of this story and what it says. Because this story and this lady's story, until all this blew out, has remained nothing but consistent since she came out as Jane Doe in November. Period. The Tennessee lady, the McCurry lady, that's another individual. That's a third Jane Doe. And I just wanted to verify it before I said it one way or the other. Okay. The lawsuit was filed in December and amended in March by the woman who now lives in Canada, whose name wasn't disclosed in the court filings. She said she was in 11th grade at a high school in Detroit, Michigan. By the way, this lady never said nothing about living in Michigan. Now, the inmate that filed against Diddy did, and says that in Michigan he owns properties and has friends and family controlling and running them for him. I'm just saying. Just saying. Ain't the only accuser of being violated coming out of the Detroit, Michigan area and during that time frame. Just saying. There's a male accuser too. The one that won the lawsuit and then got it overturned. Okay. She was in the 11th grade, not 11 years old, at a high school in a Detroit suburb in 2003 when Harve Pierre story seeming familiar yet? When Harpier, the president of Combs' Bad Boy Entertainment record label, flew her to New York on a private jet. That's what she called it and said she didn't know what one was at the time. If you don't believe me, this article, if you guys want it, somebody will just tell me in the chat. I'll be glad to link it in the description box and let you go and compare and contrast and compare back and forth throughout all three parts of this lady's interview and through Andre English's last one. Remember, when she gave that interview to Lionel B and she said that about this girl and having the babies and not being able to keep up with them and being the one in the studio and the Jane Doe and all that, she already knew that she had her friend lined up to give Lionel B this interview. Just saying, it might have already been in the can. When Harpier, the then president of Combs' Bad Boy Entertainment record label, flew her to New York on a private jet and took her to a recording studio where she was given drugs and alcohol until she was incapable of consenting to Rex. Same story, same jet. They just ain't no jelly beans. I don't know where that comes from. We're going to have to see what we can find. Y'all, if I find a movie or a show, something about jelly beans and rugs, matter of fact, we might look that up live and in person next. I'll just have to mute so the powers that be at the YouTube world, don't flip out because I'm saying jelly beans and rugs together. Please tell me I'm not muted. Okay. Heck. Let's put the overlay back on if I can. What is going on? Anybody that's in here, please, if you would, make a comment just to let me know that things are working right. For some reason, the restream keeps taking me out of the ability to comment, and I have to keep putting myself back in. It's weird. Okay. Back. Take that off so I can make this bigger. Okay. All right. Let's see. Sorry, y'all. I'm just waiting on it to get a little bigger so I can see it better myself, even with my glasses. There we go. Where she was at it. Then the lawsuit said Pierre Combs and a man she did not know took turns raping her. Same story. I'm sorry, y'all, but it is. And except the problem is the dates, times, ages, and certain other information don't match up. The lawsuit included photographs. This part is very important, you guys. The lawsuit included photographs of the woman. Listen very carefully and look in black and white. This lawsuit included photographs of the woman sitting on Combs's lap that she said were taken on the night in question. And I'm trying to give it a chance to finish loading and see if those photos are here. If they're not, I do have them queued up on a different tab. But I'm going to have to fix it to where I can switch back and forth a little faster. I'm really tired of looking at his mug. I just want to be clear, the lawsuit, 11th grader, Detroit, Michigan, 17 years old. Hard Pierre picked her up, flew her to New York, to Diddy's house studio, 2003. In the lawsuit, photographs of this Jane Doe, who now resides in Canada, were included of her sitting on Diddy's lap from the night in question. So everybody see that part. I think that's important to note, because why? Those are the photos in question that we have. This Jane Doe that's represented by Wigmore, Douglas Wigmore, Cassie Ventura's attorney, still represented by him. He has not dropped her. The case has not been dismissed, adjudicated in any fashion. And the lady that did the interview, the Misha lady that did the interview, said she does not, nor has she had an attorney. They won't take her case because she said she doesn't have any money. And by the way, she took up for Diddy when it came to Cassie. She said Cassie was stealing a bag of money. That's what was in the bag as she was trying to get on the elevator, was that she took his cell phone and a bag full of money. I want y'all also to remember, while we're discussing this, that there was allegations made some time ago against the Kardashians about, I believe it was someone of Chinese descent, and garbage bags full of money and whitewashing or money laundering those funds. And the tight relationship betwixt the Kardashians and Diddy. Have they scrubbed this picture, or is it just not loading? That's what I just can't figure out right now. Of course, none of these are loading, but all these are. How is that possible? When it's 50 pictures on a page and the two you won't load. This is my face. I'm going to refresh this tab and see if I can get these to load real quick, you guys. Hang up, my dog's over here huffing and puffing. Tell me I'm too long-winded, I reckon. She's tired of waiting on Mama to cuddle with her. I just think it's important. I was hoping that with these details that we would be able to lay to rest the discrepancies and prove that everything this young lady was telling us in this interview is horrific interview. I wanted to discredit the naysayers. I wanted okay, so I don't guess the video itself or the picture itself is going to load for whatever reason. Really wanted to pull it up with the article simply because I want to show it, y'all, that it's the same picture in question that was, filed with the lawsuit as what's being shown during the interview. Now, as I stated before, the ones of the models and the sushi, as I understand, she's also saying that's her. And then, look, but I wish there was a side by side in one of these articles of the sushi girl and the Dolce and Gabbana girl, because I don't see how in anyone's mind that could be the same person. Sorry, y'all. I thought I heard. It's weird. I could have swore I heard a baby cry just now. Okay, let's see. Let's scroll on down. Make sure we finished everything there. Right in question. I guess it's just not going to load the pictures. I'm sorry. But we'll find it. Okay. Okay. The defense filing asked that the case be dismissed now with prejudice, which means they can't bring charges again, meaning it cannot be refiled. Okay, I didn't even read that part. See, I didn't read that far ahead. Now I feel like a dummy. To protect the Combs defendants from further reputational inquiry and before more party and judicial resources are squandered. In other words, can you throw this out because it's stupid and it ain't got no evidence to prove it was me, and do it in a way that they can't come back with some bullshit again and stop my party lifestyle and get everything I want when I want it because Diddy said so. Sorry, y'all, was thinking back to the making of the band. At least I didn't start singing breast milk like Dave Chappelle. Cambodian breast milk, and it's weird because some of the allegations, one of which is made, and I cannot remember who the person was that made the allegation, but one of the allegations is that Diddy's mama drinks breast milk because she believes it keeps her young. And I just felt that funny because I remember Dylon and and the Dave Chappelle skit on the breast milk where he played P. Diddy. You've got 4 hours to bring me back the breast milk from 8 pregnant Cambodian women. I remember that part. Sorry, y'all. It was funny to me. I needed a laugh for the moment. Okay, so one of the plaintiff's attorneys, Michael J. Willenham, I can't say it right, y'all, sorry, said in a statement in response to the filing, at this point, no one should take anything Diddy or his lawyers say seriously. Today's motion is just a desperate attempt by Combs to avoid accountability for Ms. Doe's allegations of gang rape and SA. It won't work. At this early stage in the lawsuit, the arguments are procedural rather than on the facts of the case. Some of the lawsuits filed against Combs involve decades-old allegations and are among the more than 3,700 legal claims filed under New York's Adult Survivors Act. Sorry, I have to scroll up so I can read. Which temporarily suspended certain legal deadlines to give SA victims a last opportunity to sue over abuse that happened years or even decades ago. The new deadlines established by that law expired but the suit Holmes filed, the motion against Friday, was brought under a different law, New York City's Victims of Gender Motivated Violence Protection Law. That city law also allows accusers to file civil complaints involving SA claims after the statute of limitations has run out. But Combs' motion argues that the suit was filed too late because the city law is preempted by the state law, whose provisions mean the lawsuit needed to be filed by August of 2021 to be timely. New York state law trumps New York City law without exception, the filing says. Ooh, I don't know how they feel about that, because that'd be like saying federal law always trumps state law, but does it really? I mean, has it in the Roe v. Wade situation or in the Mary Jane situation? I think not. Just saying. Just say it. Just say it. Just say it. Okay. Sorry, I had to get a drink. My mouth is dry. Sorry. Okay. The amended version of the lawsuit filed in March sought to address some of these issues, but Combs' attorneys argued that it didn't go far enough. The judges ruled the woman will need to reveal her name if the lawsuit moves forward after this challenge. So I was right about that, because that's the name that had to be revealed, but they say she's a Tennessee woman, and here it says that she's a Canadian woman. I'm so confused. Where is my I'm so confused mug and shirt and hoodie? Teespring, Nita's World merch. Okay, plug. Like and subscribe. Okay, the Associated Press does not typically sorry y'all. The Associated Press does not typically name people who say they have been SA'd unless they come forward publicly, as some of Combs' accusers have done. Friday's defense filing also criticizes the suit for including a bolded, legally irrelevant trigger warning calculated to focus attention on its salacious and depraved allegations. Okay, just wait on it to roll up. Roll up. Again, by the way, and let me, let's see, since it's not going to have the pictures in this, right quick, we're going to unshare and reshare. Now, remember, again, 17-year-old sitting on Diddy's lap in Diddy's house recording studio, 2003, in a Dolce & Gabbana shirt with the jean shorts. That's the allegations in the lawsuit, originally filed in December 2023. Y'all, I think I just shared the wrong one again. Let's see. I can't even see what I'm sharing. Okay. Let's add. I think I did right. Okay. Then we want to add again. Actually, let's just do entire screen right quick. Luca, the person I need to speak to. Genovese crime family. Ring a bell, yes or no. Important for my next live stream that I was going to include in this one, but I'm going to have to stop and restart because it's running so long. Just yes or no, and I'm going to tell you why, and I'm going to reveal something as soon as you respond that's a bomb drop connection to a very high profile case, and it's not Diddy. It's my other topic and research that I've done, and I am Shatton Brax. While I'm waiting on Luca to respond real quick, you guys, let's see. So I can switch back and forth. Now, this is the picture of the young lady in the recording studio, the one that's top left, sitting on Diddy's lap with her face blurred out because she's a Jane Doe. Do y'all honestly believe that that's the same girl in this interview that's saying that she was either 12 or 14 in this picture? The first part of the interview, when he asked about this picture, by the way, she says she's 11 years old. Then another time she says she's 14. The lawsuit says she was in 11th grade in Detroit, Michigan, and 17 years old, and flown to this recording studio in New York. Our Pierre Diddy and a third yet unidentified individual raped her. That's what the lawsuit says. What do you believe? Luca, if you are hearing me, please just let me know, because if you don't want to talk here, if you would email me or something, reach out. I think it's huge, and it's a little scary what I found, and it has nothing to do with the Diddy case. It has to do with something in Buenos Aires where the Genovese, it's not the name of the family, but the brother of someone that owns 3 hotels in Buenos Aires and a major Mayan pyramid that is the symbol for their winery and vineyards, that is one of the top 2 in the world. We're talking mega money. And mega hotels in the Buenos Aires, Argentine area. The brother, as I understand, now deceased, was the I want to say, what is his name? Oh my God. Was the owner, not the owner, was the leader until his time he passed away, of the Genovese crime family. He was known to be the most influential and richest mob boss in America ever. Forget Gotti, that's chicken feed compared to this person. His last name started with a C. And his brother's last name starts with a C, that owns the vineyards and winery. And they own 3 hotels in the Buenos Aires area of Argentina. One of the 3 was the hotel that Liam Payne fell from the balcony, allegedly. The other 2 are also owned by that same family, along with the vineyards and stuff. And they have strong ties to the Genovese cartel, crime mob, whatever you want to call them. just a theory that's out there. Oh, and by the way, the reason I want to start again is I'm going to show y'all a video and go over everything. And I wanted to actually open the software and drag and drop and us live stream in the live. Do the same thing with the pictures. The picture of Liam Payne being carried through the lobby by individuals, in my opinion, has been seriously altered, if not manufactured. And I mean, I thought the cameras wasn't working, so how'd you get a CCTV camera footage? Still shot. Along with the one where he's got the laptop on his chest and stuff. I have somebody that breaks it down and shows, and my God, y'all. And that's where the Genovese name came up, was during that research, and I about fell out in the floor. Because if you want to talk about who would have the power, the money, and the influence in that area, someone that owns one of the largest wineries in the world, 3 hotels in the Buenos Aires area, that just like if you go to like Hampton Inns, no matter what, if you're in Hampton Inn in New Jersey, if you're in Hampton Inn in Florida, they have pretty much the same furniture, walls, color schemes, etc. So let's just say, for instance, if me and you and our friend Junebug was, celebrating his birthday, and we're staying at the Hampton Inn in Kalamazoo, and something happens, we could potentially weekend at Bernie's it, and everybody move the party to the Hampton Inn in Detroit, and the pictures and all would be the same because you got the same color scheme, wallpaper, furniture, blase, blase. So I might be able to produce pictures with the right people in them, but I bet I can't produce video footage from that same camera of Liam Payne walking through the doors carrying his luggage or checking in at that counter that you can see. Why is that? Or will that pop up later as well, given enough time to manufacture it? In my opinion, allegedly. I guess Luca didn't stick around long enough to answer, and she honestly has been the Sinaloa cartel, the Genovese family. She has been one of my go-to on research, and knows that's something that she does on the regular, and I just wanted to give her her thing. But I am going to, in the next live stream, show y'all that and prove that. I may end this one and wait the required 15 minutes in between ending and starting, and just go ahead and start the other one and get it up and get it out there, because I'm not going to be able to sleep till I get this information out. That man had children, and regardless of what was going on between him and his ex, I've heard because of the Maya, and I don't believe none of that shit's connected. I'm not conspiracy theory to that level. I just know that individuals affiliated with the individuals that are owners of the hotel not only have ties to the MOB, but also to the music industry. And I want to show y'all that. Going back to Debbie Reynolds, and how the same crime family I'm speaking of was the people behind her music and movies, and it was too late by the time she found out. As well as Steven Seagal. A lot of people don't know that. you want to launder and filter and legitimize funds, what better way than Hollywood? Because you may have a hit or a flop. But either way, you've either got a tax write-off or you made a lot of money. Think about it. They got to be able to count for some of their funds and not face tax evasion charges, which is what usually brings 90% of criminals down that can't be caught another way, is the IRS. And if you got the IRS covered, then by crackies, you're off and popping. I mean, let's keep it a band. You conquered the biggest beast of them all. You got the dragon, the boss. You did the boss level in one, you know? For real, for real. Okay, I digress. That's for the next video. That's just a little sample of where I'm going. And we are actually going to online live. We're going to pull the picture from the direct news article, both of the pictures I'm speaking of, and live drop them down into the app program that the person that I'm going to show you the video of did. We're going to use the same app they did and see if we get the same conclusions or if it's some sort of a hoax. Let's prove. Today is going to be a day of we're going to either prove it or disprove it. And in my opinion, there's been enough factual information here to prove something is fishy in this story. That's all I'm saying. I honestly and sincerely believe this young lady believes her story. That's number one. Number two, I really do wonder if she's not been like subjected to some sort of hypnosis or mind control type stuff that implanted false memories. And you guys, that especially when it comes to SA, DV, child SA and stuff, and even grape, it has been unscrupulous therapists have been known in the past. I mean, it's made nationwide news, especially in the early 2000s, where they implanted fictitious memories so they could continue collecting insurance monies from patients and for other unscrupulous reasons, whether it was them that actually, caused the issues or they were paid off by someone else or whatever. It is not the first rodeo for that to have happened. That's the main thing I want people to understand. And this girl said one time she was 11, one time that she was 14, when this picture was taken that I showed y'all a moment ago. I'll go back to it right now. When this picture, the three actually, the one where she's sitting on the lap, the one where you see her pointing at P and D, and the one where her hands are behind her head, all three of those pictures, this girl in these pictures, this young lady is supposed to be a black female. According to her story on Lionel B, she's a black female that is between the ages of 11 and 14 in these three pictures where the face is blurred out. Number one, I'm sorry, but the hair is blonde, dirty blonde, sandy blonde, as we like to refer to it. And in my opinion, that is a Caucasian female. And she definitely is older than 11 or 12. The story of the 11th grader and being 17 years old is more plausible, in my opinion, based on what I see. And upon information and belief, the lady the young lady that now lives in Canada, that at the time was living in Michigan and was flown to New York, upon information and belief, I, early on in this case, when they was asking to reveal her identity, was told that she was a white female that had just, as I understood, when she was approached by Harvey Pierre and tried to pick her up and everything else in the beginning, and it's in the court document filing. I believe it was her 17th birthday had just happened, and it was like, her and her friends were kind of like been to the mall type thing, hanging out, and I swear I want to say they were at the food court or something when they got picked up, or the movie theater, something like that. But we're going to go back to the filing that I was reading. Okay. Let's see. The public airing of allegations against Combs began with a November lawsuit by the singer Cassie, his former protege and girlfriend, containing allegations of beatings, rape, and other abuse between 2005 and 2018. The complaint filed by the same attorneys who brought the suit being challenged Friday was settled. Again, the person that filed the lawsuit that was in the shirt and the outfit and the pictures that I just showed you on the screen is represented by the same attorneys that represented Cassie. The lady that's alleging on Lionel B that that's her says she does not, nor has she had an attorney. She doesn't have the money and nobody will take her case. Just say it. Okay. The complaint filed by the same attorneys who brought the suit being challenged Friday, Cassie's complaint, filed by the same attorneys who brought the suit for the 17-year-old girl challenged on Friday, was settled the day after it was filed. Combs denied the allegations to his lawyer before the settlement. More lawsuits against Combs were filed in the following months. Then on March 25th, Homeland Security investigations served search warrants on his LA and Miami homes in an ST investigation. His lawyer called it a gross use of military level force. The investigation is continuing. Combs has yet to be charged. Now, this article is from May of 2024. Last month, Combs filed a motion to dismiss a suit filed by Joy Dickerson Neal, who said she was a 19-year-old college student when Combs rugged her and SA'd her. And that's the end of this. But again, and I'm going to scroll right back just so y'all know, we're going to hear and then back to the picture again because I want you to verify this. The lawsuit included photographs of the woman sitting on Combs's lap that she said were taking on the night in question. Okay, real quick, let's see. Close. Okay. The lawsuit was filed in December and amended in March by the woman who now lives in Canada, whose name wasn't disclosed in the court filing. She said she was in the 11th grade at high school in Detroit suburb in 2003 when Harvey Pierre, then the president of Combs' Bad Boy Entertainment record label, flew her to New York on a private jet and took her to a recording studio where she was given drugs and alcohol until she was incapable of consenting to sex. Then the lawsuit said Pierre Combs and a third man, yet identified, took turns raping her. Okay? And again, the lawsuit included photographs of the woman sitting on Combs' lap that she said were taking on the night in question at that studio, which is the Diddy's House studio. Okay? Back to the pictures. She's sitting on his lap. You see the studio equipment. You see the PD. You see her standing, and you can't see because the picture cuts it off, but it says Diddy's house behind where she's standing with her elbows. All of that is this suit. These are the pictures that came from this lawsuit, not the blink twice girl. I don't know what else to say. I'm not trying to malign anybody. I'm not trying to down anybody. I think this young lady needs help. I wish a mental health professional would please, God, I'm begging, reach out and help this young lady. She needs help. She needs help to straighten her memories out, to straighten her mind out. And that's not unusual for people that have been through traumatic events. Persons with PTSD, persons who split personalities off even oftentimes because it's too traumatic to deal with and suppress memories. We don't need to come at her disrespectful. We don't need to malign her. I very much get the gut feeling in my heart that she is being manipulated by outside forces. And I believe it's spiritual warfare. And this young lady needs help. Offer her help. Not necessarily financial help. Offer her help. Offer her free mental health care. Offer her an attorney. A paralegal, something. But don't necessarily discount her. Let's not say she's a liar and lying. I feel this lady's already been traumatized by something. It may not have been the situation she's describing. It may not have been Diddy. But in her mind it was. I honestly think she believes the story she's telling you guys. Does that make it right or wrong? No. No. But if someone victimized this young woman before, someone else is doing it all over again. It's a miscarriage of justice, and it's not fair to her and other survivors. Naming the wrong person and telling your story, you're never going to get peace. Misha, you're never going to get peace. You're always going to be looking over your shoulder. You're always going to be scared. You're never going to be able to trust anybody. Please, somebody out there, reach out and offer mental health services to this young lady. Please. Okay, guys, real quick, before I end the broadcast for the evening, so that I can start another one here in about 30 minutes, I just want to real quick run down a list for you guys of the top 3 apps that I have found actually work to get money. One of them is Just Play. Okay. One of them is Just Play. It has probably 40 different games that you can play. And literally, I don't want to lie, so I'm pulling it up while we're talking. I have already won and collected, let's see, a total of $6.13 in 2 days and 48 hours. May not sound like a lot, but that's what, understand that I've been trying out like 7 different apps. And this is one of them. It has quite a few games that I actually love to play. There's a solitaire game. There's a like a marble shooting game that's like the snake that goes around that I used to love to play. There's bubble pops. There's a Candy Crush. There's word games, Sudoku, um, everything you can think of, racing, RPG, shooter games, all that. It works. It works. If you have PayPal, PayPal requires a minimum of $2. It's not that hard to earn it at all. You can cash out every 3 hours as long as it's $2 or more. And when the 3 hours is up is when it'll add your new total and up it. It's not fast money, but can you make $5 to $10 a day to put gas in your car, to get to work, to buy your lunch, to pay for your prescription and doctor visit if you're on Medicare or Medicaid? The answer is yes to all the above. The other one is called TAP, TAP, Champs, CHAMPS. And here's what I want to tell you. I won $5. It's supposed to be going onto my PayPal as well for that one. I'm opening it to look at it while I talk to you. And it does say that it can take up to 48 hours before it actually hits your account. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower, but they gonna take their 48. I'm sorry. All these games are, they gonna earn that interest. But I did win $5. It was pretty fast. It was pretty easy. It has all different kinds of gift cards, but you can do PayPal. There's Starbucks, Walmart. As little as $5 and up to 50 for almost all of them. On 11/22/24, I did the stuff that I had to do to be able to get my $5 PayPal gift card. I kind of quit playing this game until I see if it hits my account for real, and I will keep you guys posted. It would be easy on that game with somewhere between 3 and 4 hours of gameplay in a day to earn $20. You get points that are like little gold coins and you convert them. The other one that I have been playing that I don't want to say yay or nay yet is, I'm trying to open it right now to tell you guys the name of it. These are all available through the Play Store for Android. Not 1,000,000% sure how it works if you have an iPhone. I've never had an iPhone and I don't want to tell anybody wrong. This one is a pool shooting game. And okay, claim your, well, which one is my reward? It's today. Well, darn it. Okay. I got a pool cue. I'd rather got cash, but whatever. Okay. Oh, I got all kinds of stuff popping up. I'm trying to see what the name of the stupid game is, y'all. I apologize. It should tell me somewhere, shouldn't it? I've been playing the game and don't know the name of it. It's 8. What is the name? Hold on. Gosh, where's it at? 8. The number 8. The word ball, BALL, and strike. 8-ball strike. I have not done any deposits. I want to play without giving any money. It does allow you to bet money, to deposit money and bet on your game. Right now, I am almost at the 1.2K coin, loyalty coin mark, where that converts to let me enter the rookie game for a prize of $7. So I've just been working on my pool shooting skills. I will let y'all know if I score enough, if I'm able to win anything. And I probably will take $1 worth of my earnings from one of the other games and stake myself in a game to see if I win. I've been placing first through fourth in almost all the games that you play just for the loyalty coins. I also have a list of don't even bother. Let me find my Play Store real quick and give you guys that quick list. And again, I'm not trying to tell nobody what to do, what not to do, none of that kind of thing. I honestly just want to be helpful. I figure between the two games that I've told you guys, it is very feasible to earn a minimum of 10 and a maximum of $40 per day. If you have $2 to $5 to stake yourself, $5 on the Tap Champs and $5 on the Just Play daily is more feasible. Depending on, you don't earn money and coins unless you win the game you're playing. So if you play Sudoku and you can't clear the board and you don't win, if there's one word that you can't get and your time runs out, you get nothing and you lose coins. So do understand that too. But do you have to put money in to make money on either of those two? No. Do they let you get right to the point of collecting and you can't ever earn that last 20 or 15 points or coins to collect? The answer is absolutely no. Just Play, you again every 3 hours can cash your money out as long as it's at least $2. And that's a PayPal thing. That is not the game. I promise you. PayPal is the one that gave me the notice. The game was letting me cash out 94 cents if I wanted to. PayPal denied it. You don't get massive amounts of money. It doesn't compile fast. But bathroom times, bathtub time, relaxation time, any free time you have, if you play the games, especially the ones they recommend with the slide across the top and the dollar signs, you will make money. Some of them you can leave the game open and just wait on the ads to play and click in and out of those and collect money. Some are based on time, some are based on winnings and losings on the Just Play. Okay, let's see. I want to give you the list of don't bother. So give me just a moment. I'm uploading. Let's see. Not installed. Glasses. Okay. Alice's Tile Story Garden, I think is what it's called. Let's see. Alice's Tile Story Garden. Don't even bother. They want money, money, money. It's not worth your time or effort. then I had another one. Or two, actually, but you know. Okay. I might have deleted it. Double check. Shopkick is another good ad if you can get out and about. I suggest you hit Walmart's, Marshalls, Ingles, and other stores. Scan the barcodes, walk through, get your points. You can easily earn $20, $25 a week if you have a vehicle with that app. It works great. And I mean great. I am going to do survey apps next and talk and texting apps after that. Let's see. This one. The Tanya's shelf match something. Don't even bother. That's another don't even bother. Is that Word Bliss one? I think that's all the gaming ones that I went through at this time. And I will keep you guys updated with progress. I'm doing a nightly diary and keeping up with my information as far as how much I've won, how well the games play and pay. If there's any questions anybody has about it, feel free to email me, reach out however you wish, and let me know. I'm open. I'm open and begging for input and thoughts and whatever else I can do at this time or in the future. Just please let me know. Alright, guys. Peace, love, and light. And I will see you very soon. It definitely will be before tonight. We're going to talk about what actually happened to Liam Payne. I'm excited to use the software to see if we can pick up any of the issues that my fellow creators picked up. The only thing that looked like somebody was going to text up was that skull we found. Y'all good. I want to thank each and every one of you guys that are in the chat for being here. I want y'all to know you are greatly appreciated. I want to thank each and every individual that has been here throughout tonight and previously. And thank you to each and every person that commented, that supports me, that prays for me, that has a thought. I hope and pray that each and every one of you guys can pray for those, especially in the mountains of North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, and Kentucky that are getting snow like I am right now, and that have been adversely affected by Helene and God knows I wish I could do more. It hurts my soul to know in this weather that people are sleeping in tents with babies. Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm going to break down. I can't. Just please pray. Anybody that's wanting to reach out and help others, in my description, the very first link that's posted, you'll see it's the link to Samaritan's Purse website. They're based in Boone, North Carolina. They are from Florida all the way up to Indiana with volunteers that are helping find bodies. Still, I'm sorry, y'all. Please pray. I have family in Florida what we still can't find. Anyway, you're helping in every way possible, rebuilding, digging out, moving, feeding, clean water, sleeping bags, toboggans, generators, fighting against social services trying to take these people's children, you guys. Please understand, they've lost everything due to a natural disaster, and their government not only has let them down, but has got them sleeping in tents. And because they're in a tent rather than on a cot in a basketball court at a high school, they're going to take their children from them. This is uncalled for, and it's a tragedy, and it's just a damn shame. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get upset and preachy. I've been trying to hold back. But ever since it started snowing day before yesterday, from here in Newland and Spruce Pine and Black Mountain, Watauga, that's all I've been able to think about is the poor children and parents. No matter how bad I got it, they're worse right now. I wish I had transportation and could do more. I don't know what the answer is right now. But forgetting and ignoring and moving on as if nothing, that's definitely not the answer. And I know God don't like ugly. And I just want to end this with asking, please don't forget your fellow Americans that are in the cold and that are suffering right now. And I know we're all having a really hard time. We're all pretty broken, pretty poor. But prayers are free, you guys. If you got time, if you got the ability to spare, and you're healthy enough, again, please reach out to Samaritan's Purse. It's not just about money. If you have items, if you have time, if you have abilities, they need you. And every person that I've talked to in all the states that I know people that's been affected, and volunteers and law enforcement and EMTs and firemen and John Q. Citizen. When I ask what agency has helped the most, including our federal government and the dreaded FEMA, one of the first two names I always consistently been hearing is Samaritan's Purse. Not affiliated. I'm not sponsored. They ain't give me no kickbacks. They ain't even give me a bottle of water. We're run and operated by Franklin Graham. They're a 501c. They've been around for many years. My children in the church often pack boxes for our servicemen that are deployed and for children, boys and girls that will not be having a Christmas. And there's so many this year. I just think about little man and babies that's his age and younger and a little bit older that don't understand. They don't even have a ball. They don't have a doll. They don't have hardly clothes and food and shelter right now, and they're not going to have a Thanksgiving. They're not going to have a Christmas. I wish I could figure out something to do. I'm open to ideas and suggestions, by the way. I'm willing and ready. Anybody has any, please don't hesitate. I will see you guys later. Peace, love, and light. Please remember to pray for your fellow man tonight. Love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I am going to fix my title, and I will be back soon. And we're going to go over the Liam Payne stuff. And we're going to talk about Miss Viverito from the YSL trial. And the misappropriation of, alleged misappropriation of cash funds that were seized. And they're supposed to be held pending the civil trial for Young Thug, which upon information and belief by sources in the ATL, are telling me that we have yet to see the fight. When this criminal trial is over, it's getting dirty, down and dirty. Apparently, allegedly, in my opinion, upon information and belief, not only is the watch and maybe some other items missing, but there's quite a large sum of cash apparently unaccounted for as well. So let's get ready for round 2 of the PSYOP made for TV. Alright, guys. Peace, love, and light. Thank you all. Luca, True Crime and Other Stuff, Annette, and make sure I get everybody. Hold on. Annette, Sadie Girls. Damn it, I feel like I'm missing somebody. I'm trying to get everybody that commented. A lot of people didn't comment at all, as normal, I guess. I can't breathe out. I'm crying so hard. I cried myself to sleep. I was not worried. I think it's the not knowing, the missing that hurts the most. Sadie Girl's mama. I got Annette, True Crime, and Paininator. I love the name though. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. What? Paininator. Hey, what? Okay.